Okay, what about now? Everybody got me now? Maybe not. Okay, good on Facebook. Good on YouTube. Katie, that is so confusing. You said no, it's working. Okay. Maybe you meant now it's working. All right. I apologize for that. I had completely forgotten to turn on my device. So easy fix. All right. I don't even remember everything I said. I was talking up a storm. Um, well, hello everyone again. So we have definitely some interesting things to discuss tonight. Some I'm not so happy about. We'll get into that. If you haven't had a chance to watch the latest short podcast I put out earlier today, we'll discuss that, and definitely stuff to dig into there. And also, I'm going to talk a little about staying on Walker County for the moment. Walker County, Alabama. The sheriff, Nick Smith, we're going to talk about that a little bit too. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Crazy Creations. My night is so messed up. I was rushing to get on. I wasn't even thinking. You are correct, Tracy. Um, Tonight was supposed to be exclusively on YouTube, but I completely forgot, and I'm already on, so we'll go with it tonight. You are correct, though. I had not even thought about that till you just said that. But yeah, I was in a rush to get on because I was running late. I forgot to turn half my equipment on, and anyway, all right. And remember, no, I will not be live this Friday night, and nor will I be live for a Friday night for the next little bit. Uh, I will be starting to go live with on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Central with Murder Creek Media with Neely and Whitney. I still got to. I'm not sure if I will be on them with them tomorrow night or not. If not tomorrow night, then definitely next Thursday night. But I'll put an update out in the morning to let everyone know if I will be on tomorrow night with them or not. But I will be doing that instead of my regular Friday night lives for a while. I'm looking forward to that. Those two are awesome. They have a really legit operation going, and they're really cool to work with, and we all share a lot of the same thought processes, if that makes sense. But I'm really excited about that. a post said you have to mail in a complaint. We can do that. All right. I should have already looked into that. I will get the process down as far as exactly where to mail and what to mail to them, and I will get that posted on the website. Let me make a note of that. I'm sorry, Tracy. Yeah, I myself have tried to call the city of Oakman quite a few times and never gotten through to anyone. Um, we're gonna figure that out too. Gene asked, "Can I send a link to everyone of their page talking about Murder Creek Medias?" Yes, I will. I will post that up when I post the update in the morning, and I'll also link their all of their pages on my website as well. I really do appreciate that uh, crazy creations. It really means a lot, and I know there's others that are doing the same thing, but unfortunately, apparently we've not done enough yet. But we will. Uh, I'm not. I'm not letting this one go. Have I not been threatened, harassed, or stalked for the work I do? All three. Absolutely. All three. More threats than I could count. Uh, all out harassed a few times, and just recently, literally stalked. One of the craziest things I've ever been through that I've ever seen, and that's saying a lot. But you're not going to shut me up, and I personally am not. Threats don't bother me. If anything, I mean they just piss me off and fire me up more, makes me train more. Um, Harassing or threatening my family and team crosses a big line that you should not cross. I'll say that. Thank you for being brave and courageous enough to do this work. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's more brave and courageous, or I'm I'm just crazy enough to not care. It's probably a better way of looking at it. Who threatened me? That's a long list. The threat started barely a week into me posting TikTok videos when I first started. Um, the biggest percentage of them are from fake accounts, uh, anonymous accounts, things like that. Where did that comment on Facebook go? Who? I don't know where it went. Whoever the idiot is that just made that comment on Facebook, thank you. Because I'll be able to go back and pull that comment. But thank you for admitting that I was harassed and stalked. The good thing about people that do those things, most of them are completely just dumb and stupid. And they make comments like that one just did. I didn't get to read the whole comment. It showed up, and then I guess Facebook filtered it out. But yeah, we'll be able to pull that. So thank you for that evidence. Stupid people. That honestly just made my night. Never, ever underestimate how dumb some people can be. Maybe I'm lucky and it's one of the people that we've already filed reports about. No, dang it. The difference in you and I, and I'm talking to this, it's an anonymous because it's a fucking coward. Um, you're so much of a coward you won't post with your real name. But the difference between you and I is I don't waste 1 second actually watching someone that I don't like. Yet here you are spending a Wednesday night watching me, and you obviously don't like me. That's hard for me to comprehend. Like, it's no secret. I don't like Brittany Stapleton. I have never, ever not spent 1 minute watching her live because I don't care what she has to say. I don't want to listen to what she has to say. But here you are taking your very precious time, which is the most important thing that we have, and using it watching me. the admin can pull up anonymous, can't they? There's ways to get that information just through subpoenas. Yes, it's not that hard. That's my stalker, by the way. That Yeah, we got to block them now because that just that confirmed again stupid. That last little word that you used, same thing you've used in other things. I'm on. It's on Facebook. That's crazy, to be honest with you. The stalker thing was something I've never dealt with before. It's actually, the stalker thing is way more worrisome than threats or any of that other. Because someone that goes to those links to literally stalk you like that, they have serious mental issues. And that's scary to me. And that's why we're not messing around with them. We filed reports, and they just gave me more evidence tonight. So it's not cool to stalk somebody. All right, let's get on. Okay. Jason Hare. I put out a podcast about him this last Friday. He's the POS that was the police chief at Cordova Police Department in Cordova, Alabama, and Walker County. And I've shown the video numerous times. It's on the podcast I posted, where you clearly see him sexually assault an 18-year-old dispatcher that's working for him. It's horrible. That was a year ago. Now, then we find out about a week ago that the town of Oakman, which is also a small town inside Walker County, Alabama, had hired him and law enforcement. And nobody understands that. For anybody to hire him in law enforcement after that, you literally don't understand liability at all. Whoever was all in charge of hiring him with the town of Oakman has no clue. They have zero understanding of liability. Not surprising. Their last mayor, which we're not talking about years ago, not even a year ago, the last mayor of Oakman was indicted on numerous felonies for theft of, don't quote me on the charges. It was some kind of theft and use of government funds or office, something like that. The town had a older BMW, and he just gave it to his daughter, and his daughter was using this car as their own, literally driving around everywhere. It was hers, except it belonged to the town of Oakman. And every time they would fill it up with gas, the town of Oakman paid for it. That's just one of the things that he did. But anyway, he was indicted. The state attorney general's office came in and investigated that. He was indicted on that. He also just so happens to be a Walker County deputy. Not surprising. I've done a podcast on that back then. You go check that out. Corey Franks. Somebody correct me if that's wrong, but I think his name was Corey Franks. I'd have to look to be certain, but I think that's who it was. So obviously the town of Oakman has major issues, which is crazy considering they have like 500 people. It's a population of maybe 500 people. For a town of 500 people to have this many issues in their local government is nuts. And it's full proof that town should not have a local government. If you live in the town of Oakman and your taxes are going to that, you should be raising hell right now for everything that's happened. And you can't tell, there are a lot of great people that live in Walker County. I've met a lot of them. I consider a lot of them my good friends now. You can't convince me that there's nobody that lives in the town of Oakman that can't run that can't be the mayor, get elected as the mayor, that's a good person. I know there is. They're going to have to stand up. Oakman has got to stand up, and someone that's actually good and has sense has to run for that office and get it so they can, that should not be a complicated job. So, as I was saying, a lot of this is not shocking coming from that town, riddled with big issues lately. But to hire this guy, I don't know. What's up, Victoria Page? How are you? So they hire him a few weeks ago. They actually did a pretty good job at keeping it very quiet for the first week. But it didn't take long, obviously. And as soon as people realized it, I started getting bombarded with messages from people. And I was very pissed when I saw. And I was hoping that wasn't true. I was like, please don't let this be true. Surely no one is that stupid to hire this guy in law enforcement. Well, it was. So here we are. And this is exactly what I said last year when we were talking about him with the incident at Cordova. And I said, if APOS doesn't pull his certification, and APOS is the Alabama Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, which is who is responsible for certifying law enforcement officers in the state of Alabama. They issue your certifications and they can pull it. And I said then, if they don't pull his certifications, he will end up at another small town somewhere in law enforcement. And we can't have that. Well, APOS didn't. And here we are. With the video that I put out Friday, and Amber with Secrets True Crime Podcast has been calling him out too. She's got a very large audience. So it's not just me, but her and a few other people. But it was working. I put out short podcast on it Friday. And to date, it's literally that video on TikTok has the most views that I've ever gotten. Most interactions, views, everything that I've ever gotten off of one video. So that's awesome. It's getting a lot of attention. The pressure got to them. And what I believe happened now, and this is speculation on my part right now, I can't say this as a fact, but from what I would consider reliable sources, this is what happened. He was forced to resign. Someone with the town of Oakman told him he had to go. That's when he resigned, because we learned Monday evening that he had resigned. His wife made a post about it saying, I showed that the other night. Let me see if I still have it up. No, apparently. Anyway, his wife made a post about it saying, you all got your wish. I can't wait till the truth comes out. Then it's going to be my time. Like, ridiculous, ignorant stuff. The video is extremely clear. And people keep saying, or not people, very few people, oh, y'all don't know the whole story. I don't have to know the whole story. The part of the story that video is more than enough that I need to know to base my conclusion. That's all I need. There is literally no explanation that you could come up with that would explain that away. None. Literally nothing you could say that would make that video okay. That would make what he did in that video okay. Nothing. So then I got word from a very reliable source. Yes, he's resigned. Awesome. That is awesome. We talked about it Monday night on the live. Hey, he's resigned. It's a good day. We did what we needed to do. But as I said Monday night, we're not finished. A Post has to pull his certification, because if they don't, we're going to go through the same thing every once in a while. Then yesterday comes. And I start getting a bunch of messages from people saying Jason Hare has rescinded his resignation. I was like, what? So I checked with my very reliable source. He said, yeah, unfortunately, that's true. So, again, what I believe has happened, he was forced to resign. Then he went and cried to someone else, apparently someone that's over that person's head with the town of Oakman. And they have reinstated him. Stupid decision by that person. You know, there's a saying that, you know, I've heard all my life pretty much. Bad publicity is better than no publicity. That's not true. That's not true at all. But it makes me wonder if the mayor of Oakman believes that, because that's the only thing reason I could think of as to why you would reinstate him. Just my video from Friday between all the platforms has been viewed over 600,000 times. By over approximately 400 and something thousand different people. 400,000, we'll just say 400,000 people has watched that video. So, Oakman, if you're wanting to get famous, you're getting there. Not in a good way. Now, I say the mayor, that is speculation on my part at this point. I have heard from a source that the mayors who reinstated him, but that I have not verified that. So, but it would make sense. Would be the only person that could overrule whoever forced him to resign. As soon as I'm able to verify that, and if that is true, that mayor is going to become very famous too. Maybe that's what he wanted. Well, he's going to get his wish. As I said, Friday, we're not stopping until this problem is fixed. Oakman, you need to take a page out of the city of Bluntsville's book. When the heat started coming on them, they realized we need to fix this because this is not going to end up well. And they did. And then, Oakman, you did that for one day, and then you went back on it. Whoever was in charge of this, if it was the mayor, whoever, you got to ask yourself, why would another grown man die on that hill over Jason Hare? Why would you risk your entire reputation over him? That's strange. We're not talking about cop of the year here. A lot of people know who Jason Hare is now, and it's for the worst reason you could know somebody. So I don't know what it's going to take to fix this, but I know what we're willing to do to fix it legally. And we're willing to bring as much attention to this as we need to. And again, we're not going to shut up. We're not going to be quiet. We're not going to sit down. I'd started planning before he resigned. I'd started planning a. Yo, hold on one second. So before the resignation on Monday, I had started planning a peaceful protest there. So we're going to get that back in the works. Debbie said time for a billboard. Yes. If we have to get billboards, I'm not talking about small, I'm talking about big billboards with Jason Hare's picture in his city of or town of Oakman's police uniform on the interstate. Nick Smith had the same problem. He did not know when to quit. He never was able to understand it's time for me to go. He didn't care about his family. He didn't care what he was putting his family through. Jason Hare's the same thing. Like, Jason Hare, do you not care about the attention that this is bringing on you and your family? Your own 19-year-old daughter messaged me begging me to take the video of you down because, quote, she has much younger siblings on TikTok and it's not good for them to see that about their dad. Number one, Mr. Parent of the Year. This is not shocking between him and his wife that, according to his 19-year-old daughter, they let their very young children have TikTok. I don't have to tell you all the problems of that. You're never going to guilt me into changing the way I do things over your young children being able to see it on social media, because your young children, just as mine, have absolutely no fucking business on social media. And until my children are at least 16, at least, depending on how mature they are at that age, then we'll talk about it. But until then, you will never find my children on social media. Nowhere. Most of you know one of my favorite quotes. You're not exposing your child to the world. You're not giving your child access to the world. You're giving the world access to your child. And that is not smart. First step, because I do care about your children, get your children off of social media. I promise you, never ever, not one thing ever good will come out of your children being on social media. Never. I have asked more people than I could ever count that question. When people tell me that their child's on social media and they try to, and I've asked them, if you can give me one reason, one good thing that would come out of them being on social media, I'll agree with you. To this day, not one person has. More than likely because there's nothing good going to come out of your children having social media. I could sit here for 3 days straight nonstop telling you all the bad things that could happen to your child being on social media. You know, like the hundreds of thousands of child predators that literally spend every waking hour on social media, on the internet, looking for their next victim. Do you realize there are that many daily? You are giving all of them access to your child. I have a big problem with that. First problem. Get your children off the internet or off social media. And anytime they're on the internet, you're standing over their shoulder. It's unrealistic to say don't ever let your kids on the internet. They have to get on the internet. They have to learn things. I mean, that's the world we live in today. They should never be on the internet unsupervised, ever. And they should never be on social media. Sorry, we're potty training and exciting moment tonight that my little girl had to come tell me about. So get your children off of social media. I know what started that. This is all proof that Jason Hare doesn't care about his family, doesn't care about his children. Because why would he be putting them through that? Over what could you possibly be making as an Oakman police officer? $30,000 a year, if that? There are so many more things you could go do for more money. Why are you putting your family through this and yourself over at most $30,000 a year, dude? I don't understand that either. Yeah, I'm going to sidetrack for just a second. I want to address a comment. Alyssa said, I'm intrigued and I listen and support a lot of what you say, but I have a 14 and 17-year-old. They both have social, but I can't imagine them not having social because that's how they interact. And Alyssa, I completely and I wasn't saying every parent that allows their children on social media doesn't care about their children. I was specifically talking about Jason Hare by putting his children through what he's putting them through as far as being not caring about his kids. So I want to make sure that you understand that. I understand that a lot of parents don't understand and they don't know all the dangers. I get that. That's why I talk about it a lot. We're literally putting together a full course on this to teach parents, teachers, law enforcement how to make their child a hard target for child predators versus a soft target. Your 17-year-old, that's a parental decision. I'm not going to judge a parent for their 17-year-old being on social media. Some 17-year-olds are mature enough, they could handle that. Some are not. I mean, that's a straight parental decision. Your 14-year-old should not be on social media. Every single parent I've ever spoken with that their child became a victim of a child predator via the internet, one thing that every single one of them has in common that they've told me, every single one, they say, I would give anything if I could go back and tell them, I don't care what you say. I don't care how much you say you hate me or don't like me, whatever. You're not going to be on social media. By the time they realize that, it's too late. Now, I don't know what you're meaning by that's how they interact. And maybe this is not what you're meaning by that, but if you're meaning all their friends are on are on social media, so they'd feel left out if they don't, trust me. There are tons of children that are not on social media, and they do more than well. They do completely fine in school. They have friends. If that's what you were trying to say, to be frank with you, that's not a good excuse at all. Again, not one good thing will come out of them, of a 14-year-old being on social media. Nothing. But again, I could sit here for the next 3 days nonstop telling you all the bad things that could. Yeah, no, and I appreciate you asking the questions. Number one, I'm sure you're not the only one thinking it. You were just brave enough to say it. But I appreciate that. And I'm not saying you're a bad parent. I'm not the best parent ever. I've made my share of mistakes as a parent and will continue to. So I'm not trying to come off almighty best parent. I make mistakes all the time. This is just one of those subjects that I know a lot about. And again, it's become one of my main passions is protecting children from child predators. And one of the biggest steps of that is keep your kids off of social media. But I promise you, if your 14-year-old loses friends off of not having social media, you don't want them to have those friends. You just don't. I talk to parents all the time now that they have 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, all the above. They do not let their children on social media. And a lot of my good friends, their children are not on social media at all. And their kids are very successful in school. And they have a great life. It doesn't affect them at all. Mentally, those children are doing better than any children you'll find on social media. And then I think back, I'm too old, so social media wasn't around when I was 14. Thank God. And I mean that. I was raised by my grandparents, and I could have gotten away with a lot if I wanted to. Now, by that age, I was a pretty good kid. I had major issues before that. But it wouldn't have been hard for me to get anything by them. I would have had social media if it had been around at that age. And there's no telling what kind of trouble I would have gotten myself into. Because as a 14-year-old boy, I probably don't have to tell you the only thing on my mind at that time. So nothing good to come out of it. Now, you said that you have the talks and all that. That's the biggest, the most important thing. The most, by far, the most important thing for a parent to do is let their children know that they can be completely open with them no matter what. That's the most important. No matter what trouble they get themselves into, they know that they can go to mom and dad and say, I've messed up big time. Help me. I need help. And you're going to help them. That's the most important thing. Because I'm not naive enough to think there's some children that's going to figure out how to get on social media, even if mom and dad do take all the precautions to keep them off. Some are still going to get on it. They may have a friend at school that has a phone and has social media, and they use their, I've seen that before. They use their account on their phone while they're at school. That stuff can happen. So that's not a 100% fix. That's why the most important thing is that they know no matter how bad they screw up, they can come and tell you and not keep it from you. Because that's the last thing you want. They have to understand there are consequences. I've heard some experts say, I told mine, they get a pass on the first time. No matter how bad it is, as long as they tell me, I'm going to help them, and they're going to get a pass on that one. Now, that's up to each parent, whether they have consequences the first time or they get a pass on the first time. But the one thing that if your child does screw up big time and they come to you and tell you, shut up and listen to them and let them know that you're listening to them. And don't just start yelling at them and send them to the room, because trust me, if you do that one time, they're never going to come to you again. And trust me, there's probably exceptions, but I highly doubt there are many children that are not going to make mistakes. We all did. We all did really stupid things because we're dumb at that age. Everybody is. So you saying you have those conversations with them, that's the best thing by far. And again, like I said, with your 17-year-old, that's a parental thing. I've met 17-year-olds that are mature enough that they could have a little, freedom and access to that. And I've met some that they definitely couldn't. Like Lowingo just said, there's some adults that shouldn't. But there's nothing we can do about that. Hey, what's up, Neely? So if everyone that's on here right now, if you don't hear anything else I say, please hear that part, because that is the most important. Sit down, have those talks with them. They need to know the dangers. They need to know if you're a minor and you send that inappropriate picture, or you receive that inappropriate picture from another minor, you just committed a felony. Doesn't matter if it's of yourself. There are a lot of parents that don't even know that. And the first time they learn it is not a good time for them. When it's the police telling them that their 14-year-old, 15-year-old is getting locked up for CSAM. Now, they also need to know, don't do that. This is why you don't do that. However, no matter what mistake you ever make, if you do, come to me and tell me, and I will fix it. I've had hours-long debates with different parents on their children being on social media and things like that. There's absolutely nothing no one could say to me that would convince me that it's a good thing at all. But I guarantee you, give me 5 minutes with you, I can convince you it's a bad thing. So, my opinion, Alyssa, get your 14-year-old off social media. But also, make sure they understand all those dangers as well. Make sure they understand that hot girl they're talking to, that they've never actually met, is more than likely a 50 or 60-year-old white man. They definitely need to know that. It's one of those, if it seems too good to be true, it's probably not true. That's the way they get them a lot. I mean, that's the way they get them so many times. If I had evil intentions, there's not a 14-year-old in this world that I wouldn't be able to talk into doing something they shouldn't. Child predators are smart, unfortunately. Some of them are extremely intelligent. They spend all day, every day, working their craft. It's not always white men. 70%. 70-something percent. But no, I mean, you're right. I'm just repeating the most I see. It's not about race. Anyway. I don't like old white guys. Those that have been following me can tell you that story. Anyway. these evil people spend all day, every day getting better at this skill. And most of them are master manipulators. And no matter how intelligent and smart and good your 14-year-old is, if they come across the wrong one, if the wrong one gets access to them, they're going to fall for it. They're going to fall for it. I didn't say they may. If they come across the right one, they're going to fall for it because those people are that good. That's why you just need to not let them on there. But again, also explain all those dangers to them. So, I apologize. I got sidetracked a little bit, but she was asking a good question, and I wanted to go into that because, again, that has become one of my biggest passions. And as much as we're seeing it now, and it's just rampant, and it's a huge problem, especially in our country. And we got to stop depending on the government to protect our children like that because it's not big enough, nor should it be. It falls on the parents. That's a big responsibility. It's the hardest job we'll ever have. It's the most confusing job we'll ever have. It's the most stressful job we'll ever have, but also the most amazing job we'll ever have too. It's being a parent. Again, no parent's perfect. Any parent that acts like they are, they're just lying to you. One more thing I want to say very quickly, and then we're going to get back on the subject. In relation to that, lately, I have noticed. I say lately, I'm talking about the last year at least. There are a lot of parents that don't think their 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, and most of them are Christians, what I call big church people, meaning, and it's not a bad thing, meaning they're in church every Sunday, every time the doors are open. And for some reason, they act like it's a sin to teach your children about this stuff. But that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It's not. Your children are not too young to learn about those things. And if you think they are, you're making them a very soft target for child predators. One of the things that in this country for sure that we have screwed up so bad for decades, and a lot of it has to do with the way a lot of us were raised in, especially in the South, because the South has this problem way worse than the North. The stats are there. Trying to think of a good way to word this to not, for everybody to be able to understand what I'm saying and not misunderstand what I'm saying. First off, I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I am a believer of Jesus Christ. I go to church. I've read the Bible. I don't know the entire Bible word for word, but I have read the entire Bible. I need to study the Bible a lot more than I do. Anyway, I wanted to say all that. But a lot of us were raised in these small Southern churches where the preachers and the elders of the church taught everyone that the sex word is a bad word. And you can't talk about that. Even though without that, not one of us would be here. Now, yes, there is an absolute time and place for those discussions. But stop treating your house like it's the... I'm not going to say what I was going to say because somebody will take it wrong. Stop being so fucking uptight. Some of you. Be more open with your children. Stop trying to keep your children in this complete bubble, because eventually they're going to be exposed to the world without you. And if you've spent their entire life up to that point being a bubble for them, you're not doing them any good. The birds and the bees talk needs to be had a lot younger than most people are having it. This is why. If you wait till your child is 10 to have that talk, there's no need in having that talk with them, because I promise you they have already learned all about it from their classmates. And that's not who you want them learning things from. That's just a fact. So you have to make that choice. Do I want to sit here and pretend like I'm holier than God and act like it doesn't exist? Or do I want to be a realist and set my children down and have this talk with them? That's an absolute necessity to have. And again, this is a bigger problem in the South. You've also heard me say younger females, Southern younger females are way more apt to be victims of assault than Northern ones. Because in the South, we teach our daughters to not be rude. Don't be rude. Be soft-spoken. No. Stop teaching your daughters to be like that. Teach them how to stand up for themselves. Teach them it's okay to be rude. And if someone calls them the B word, wear it with pride. It's okay for them to be rude. Because trust me, there's going to be times they need to be rude. And if you've taught them their whole life that they shouldn't be rude, they're going to end up in situations they don't need to be in. That's what happens. All right. I promise we're going to get back on subject. So, Jason Hare, Oakman, he's back. From the word I got today, he was literally working today. I'm going to ask the town of Oakman, again, do the right thing. Do the smart thing and fix this problem, because we're not going away. If I have to make a new podcast every single day for the next 3 months nonstop about you, I will. as we said, if we have to get billboards and put them on, what's it that goes through there? 22 interstate, and then 22, and put on the interstate there going through Jasper, through Walker County, we will. And that's something that Jason Hare is not going to be able to shield his young children from. Nobody. Because everybody that drives up and down the road is going to see it. So, Jason, why don't you actually prove to us that you're not that you're not the evil piece of shit that we say you are, and fix this problem yourself? Get out of law enforcement, dude. There are tons of other things you can go do for a living. Again, that you will make more money, where you could actually take care of your family. Because I don't know what Oatman is paying you, but there's no way in hell it's enough for you to take care of your family. Go do something else. Because we're going to keep on making you famous until you do. And for whoever is responsible for allowing him to come back on, you're going to get your 15 minutes of fame Monday, at least by Monday. Because we're going to have your face and name plastered everywhere. I also want to be clear. I'm only when I say we're going to do what we need to do, everything legally. I'm talking about everything we can legally do. Please do not misunderstand me and think I'm talking about vigilante justice here or anything. That is the furthest thing from what I'm talking about. I don't like that. I don't go for that. And we're not going to be participating in that. That is not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about legally. But there are plenty of things legally that we can do and that we will do until you fix the problem. You can either fix it now and save everybody a lot of trouble, or you can wait. But I promise you, you're going to have to fix it eventually. You're going to have to. I don't understand why you would want to prolong that. Somebody just brought this up, so we're going to transition into my next subject of Nick Smith. Elizabeth said, go sell insurance with Nick Smith. For those of you not familiar, Nick Smith is the current sheriff of Walker County, Alabama. I've made more podcasts about him and his agency than anything. One of the most corrupt agencies I've ever seen. Over 30% of his entire agency has been federally indicted in the last 2 years. He and his chief deputy have been indicted by the state. People have literally lost their lives because of them. A man dealing with a mental issue was literally tortured for 2 straight weeks until he lost his life. Tortured. And saying tortured is an understatement, what they did to this man. And it's not allegations. A lot of them have admitted to it in federal court. Horrible things. All under Nick Smith's watch. Anyway. Not going to comment on what, Brian? So, anyway. Thankfully, Walker County voted him out of office in the primaries. He was beat in the primaries in a landslide. I mean, landslide. which is very, very strange and not common at all for an incumbent sheriff in the state of Alabama. He spent the most money by far on his campaign. I can't remember. He spent 30 or 40 times more than his opponent that won and was beaten a landslide. Anyway, Walker County fixed that problem. However, he's still the sheriff there until January. Except it appears that he's just quit. Let me bring up some. Let's see. Let's pull it up. So here's one. Just kidding. There it is. What in the world? Oh, for some reason it's way over there. He's been ever since the primary. He's posted pictures of them being on vacation at the beach, and which I mean, one vacation is one vacation, not a big deal. He makes this post just less than a week ago. Over the last couple of months, I've really enjoyed being just dad. But I've really enjoyed just being dad, focusing on my family, making memories, and planning the next chapter of my life. So does that mean he wasn't focusing on any of that before? I have several options in front of me, and I'm excited about what the future holds. I'm not in a rush. Seems like you are. I trust the good Lord's plan, and I believe he will open the right door at the right time. Many people have asked about rumors regarding where I may go. Where I may go next, but my family and I have simply enjoyed the peace these last couple of months have brought. And I'm grateful for that time together. I'm trusting the Lord to guide me toward whatever he has planned next, and I'm looking forward to his next chapter of life. Now, here's my issue with this. Anything he's doing right now, he should have been able to do before as sheriff, because he's still the sheriff. That's not changed at all. My point is, these kind of statements show you he's done hung that up. This is just one example of that. Then he says, I'm not in a rush. Well, let me pull this other thing up. He's still the acting sheriff. But apparently, he's also an insurance salesman now. I've seen some crazy things. This guy continues to top crazy, and from the way I look at it. Now, all he's doing is showing who he really is. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. This kind of shit is exactly why he needed to be kicked out of that office. This is the best proof you could ever ask for of he wasn't the sheriff because he was wanting to serve his community. He was sheriff because he wanted to serve himself. Because as soon as he lost the primary, so there's no more politicking, he's showing us his true self. Do you think he would have posted something like this before the primary? Hey, by the way, I'm the sheriff, but I'm selling insurance on the side. Do you think he would have done that? Of course not. If he wouldn't have done it then, why the hell is he doing it now? Because he doesn't care. I guess if you're in the market for insurance, if something happened, oh, by the way, I got to show y'all this comment. Oh, God, this guy. This is one of the best comments I've ever seen on Facebook. Let me find it quickly. Sorry, my ADD kicked in. I realized that I'm like squirrel, but you're going to appreciate this comment. I've sat in front of this computer all day today, and my eyes are killing me now. Somebody posted this on one of the Walker County sites, All Things Walker County. And this Ryan Wilkinson, and I don't know the guy, but this comment owned me. And those of you that know Nick Smith and that know all of this and the history, he was posting about life insurance this morning. Opening line was, if something happened to you tomorrow. Given his history, didn't know if it was a threat, so I scrolled on. I laughed so hard and for so long. I mean, I could not stop when I read that. And I don't know, maybe y'all don't find it as funny as me, but that owned me. I mean, that's one of the best comments I've ever seen. All right. Back on topic. That's what made me think of it because of his line. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be financially okay? Most of us insure our cars, homes, and other things we own. But what about the income our families depend on most? Life insurance can help provide financial protection to keep the bills paid. Protect your home, replace lost income, and help protect your family's future during an incredible, difficult time. You may be surprised by how affordable coverage can be. Don't wait for someday to protect the people you love today. Message me and let's look at some options that may fit your needs and budget. No pressure, just information. I don't know why, but that just so strange to see this from him. It is very ironic that not only is he selling insurance, but life insurance. Like, this movie is writing itself nonstop. You can't read the comment. I mean, I read the comment. I'll read it again. The comment that was funny to me was he was posting about life insurance this morning. Opening line was, if something happened to you tomorrow, giving his history. Didn't know if it was a threat, so I scrolled on. There you go. I hope y'all appreciate that comment as much as I do. And all, if anybody knows this Ryan Wilkinson, get with him and tell him to message me, and I have seriously, I have a gift I'll send him because I got so much laughs. I mean, that made my day yesterday. I mean, it made my day, and then I kept laughing at it every time I thought about it again. So, my main point, Nick Smith is just proving who he really is, and he's not even trying to hide it anymore. A sitting sheriff selling life insurance on the side is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Again, this movie writes itself, and Hollywood could have never come up with this, because if it would have, everybody would be like, it's not realistic at all. Ethically, I don't even know, and we're digging into that now. I don't even see how ethically this is legal for him. Now, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it would not surprise me if it's not illegal. Because there's some pretty strict ethics by being in public office like that. Yes, real slink. Life insurance is a sales job, is a sales guy's job. You have to trust who sells you insurance. And that's a very good point. And Nick Smith will not be a good salesman. He's one of those that has no idea what he stepped off into with this and thinks it's going to be way different than what it's going to be. You have to be likable. You have to know how to talk to people. It's the most important skill. Being good in sales it's very hard. And only certain people can pull it off. Now, if you can pull it off, it's the most money you ever make. I mean, I'm not talking about life insurance. Before I even graduated college, these insurance places was coming around to our schools trying to get us to come on and work with them. So there's not people standing in line to get these jobs. Now, I respect everyone that does it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there are other sales jobs. If you're good at sales, hell, if you're good at sales, go sell Ford trucks. Go sell any kind of software. The sky's the limit on what you make. Anyway, he's not going to be good at sales. And if this was after he was out of office, I wouldn't be talking about this at all. I understand he's going to have to make a living. It's just crazy to me that he's put this out while he's still in office, while he's still allegedly supposed to be the sheriff. To be really good at sales, you have to be sincere. You have to really to be really good at sales, you have to really care about people. Now, people that don't can pull it off for a little bit, like the narcissists and stuff you're talking about. They can put it off for a little bit, but in the end, it'll eventually get them because people can see through that. Now, here is this falls right in line with what we were talking about Jason Hare and his children being on social media. And he made either yesterday or the day before yesterday, he posted this. I've been thinking a lot about how deeply suicide has. I just said that word out loud. Hope we don't get kicked off TikTok. We love the TikTok shop. Anyway, I've been thinking a lot about how deeply has impacted Walker County this year, especially when it comes to our children and teenagers. Behind every loss is a family, friends, classmates, educators, and an entire community left trying to understand how someone so young could feel that there was no other way out. Now, first of all, I'm not making fun of this post. This is very serious. I appreciate everything he's saying right here. It's all very true. I want to be clear about that. We have to be willing to talk about bullying and the role it can play in a young person's mental and emotional well-being. Words matter. What may seem like just joking or kids being kids can stay with someone long after the person who said it has forgotten it. Our kids are watching the adults around them. They see how we treat one another online. Well, they shouldn't. They see adults use social media to embarrass, belittle, attack, or publicly shame other people, and they learn from what they see. Well, Nick, I'm glad. What post am I supposed to be looking at, Luingo? I'm sorry. I was zoned in here. But let me tell you what's worse than kids seeing how we treat one another online, how we embarrass and bully. When am I going back to Hamilton and what's next for the ramp? I'll discuss that as soon as I get finished with this subject. So anyway, what's worse than all of that, Nick, is what you all did to Tony Mitchell inside your jail. A lot worse. By the way, that's been all over the news for the last year and a half. Your children have seen it or seeing it. Everyone's seeing it. Hopefully they're not learning from it. Hopefully they're learning that that's what you don't do. But you're the last person that should be trying to lecture people on how adults treat other adults. What about all the families that I've had numerous conversations with that would do anything for your office just to call them back, to give them any kind of update, or to act like they care at all that their family member is still missing, or that their family member whose life was lost by the hands of someone else is still getting investigated at all. You have treated the people of Walker County like the scum of the earth. And then you want to get online and try to lecture people how to treat adults? If we expect our children to understand that bullying is wrong, then we have to be willing to hold ourselves to the same standard. And on that note, I purposely wake up every day hoping and trying my best to bully every child predator that is out there. And if you're a child predator, I will bully you every day, all day. If you're the scum of the earth and you treat people the way Nick Smith has treated the citizens of Walker County and their families, I'll bully you all day. Whatever you want to call it. That includes educators and other adults in positions of influence. When a child sees an adult participating in behavior that looks like online bullying, it can send a powerful message. If adults can do it, maybe it's okay for me to do it too. It isn't. Children are going to bully. Kids are going to bully. It's horrible. No child should have to go through that at all. It's a very serious thing. Your children shouldn't be being bullied online because they shouldn't be online. If your children's getting bullied on social media, that's your fault as the parent. That's the hard truth. Again, this falls right in line with what we were talking about Jason Hare about. If your child is getting bullied on social media, that is your fault. The parent. Now, if your child is bullying another kid, you need to fix that. All right, moving on. Everyone is different. Everyone has a different breaking point. What one person can brush off, What one person can brush off may completely overwhelm another person. We don't always know what someone is carrying behind that smile, the classroom, the social media post, or the silence. Be kind. That all is very true. Teach our children kindness, but more importantly, show them what kindness looks like. Correct bullying when we see it. Think before we post. Stop normalizing cruelty as entertainment. The irony of this man saying this stuff. And remember that being behind a screen doesn't make our words less harmless. Our kids are watching us. Be kind and speak up. And please never underestimate the impact your words can have on someone else's life. Now again, anyone else making that post, I'm going to stand up and give them and applaud them, because everything said in that post is very true. And it's serious stuff. My main point, though, in going over that post is back to the children on social media. He made this post for the Dora families. Man, not trying to disagree or anything, but this isn't the post that needs to be talked about. You don't have to be on here watching. Who he made it about has nothing to do with my point behind it. The reason I'm talking about it is to educate parents. That is my whole point behind this. It's absolutely horrible for anyone to take their own life. It's especially absolutely horrible for a teenager, child, to take theirs. I would never wish that on anyone. It's a very serious thing. It needs to be talked about more than it is. Your first step as a parent to protect your child from that nonsense is to keep them off social media as a child. Now, is that going to protect them from everything? No. But that's a big step. Again, the hard truth is, if your child is getting bullied on social media, that's your fault. And it's an easy fix. Keep your kids off social media. Because words do hurt, especially children. Words can be very powerful, either in a good way or a bad way. Keeping your kids off of social media is not just trying to keep them safe from child predators. It's just as important because of this. Because your child doesn't need to be exposed to all of that, because kids are mean. Kids are mean. They're going to deal with enough of that crap at school. When you allow your children to have social media, they're dealing with it all day at school. And then guess what? When are they able to get away from it? Never. Because they're going to go home, they're going to be on social media, and they're going to be on there till it's bedtime. And so they're going through it their entire day instead of just the 8 hours at school. Mental health in children is very serious. But that post that he made is my exact point on why to keep your children off social media. Now, I don't know who he made that post about. So I'm not implying whoever that somebody said he made the post about. I'm not implying that that's what caused that or anything. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't have a clue who he made that post about. That's not what my point was. Lewingo, I don't know who you're talking about, Lewingo. What did I do? Oh, I mean, I didn't take it out of context, but I'm not saying he meant it in a rude way or anything. But he was specifically telling me that I shouldn't be talking about what I was talking about at that time. That frustrates me a little bit. He said, this isn't the post that needs to be talked about. I think is absolutely the post that needs to be talked about. And even more so if that is the reason he made the post. Because this is very important stuff. And there are some parents that don't take it serious. There are those parents that, what is it they always say? Oh, that's puppy love. Well, puppies have feelings too. Your teenager's worst day of their life is the worst day of their life. Doesn't matter if to you it wouldn't bother you at all. It's the worst day of their life at that time. They think the world's ending. I've been there. I'm sure we all have. When you're 13, 14, and your girlfriend breaks up with you, you think, oh my God, I mean, my life's over. What am I going to do? I'm never going to find anybody as good as her. Yeah, looking back at it, you laugh and you're like, what the hell was wrong with me? Like, oh my God, that was so stupid and ignorant. But at that time, the feelings were real. Parents need to be a little more understanding than that. I'm not saying that I disagree with tough love. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about instead of just shooing them away and tell them to get over it and whatever, sit down and talk to them. Listen to them. Tell them you understand. Once you have listened to them completely, let them tell you everything that's going on and how they're feeling. You tell them you understand. Then explain to them. Look, I know how bad this sucks. I know how you feel. I know this really hurts. But you're going to look back on this. First off, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist. Don't take that kind of advice from me. I'm just telling you how I would do it. But I'm not a therapist or a psychiatrist. But just tell them, look, I understand that. But you will get through it. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to cry. But you will get through it. And if you need to talk to me more about it, come talk to me. That's a lot better than the way my grandpa was to me during those times. Now, my grandpa was a great man. I mean, he taught me so many things. He's the reason that I am who I am today. However, in that category, he was the tough love part. I can remember him coming up to my room and laughing at me about it. Like I'd be in there crying, my life's over, the most upset ever, 13, 14 years old. And be like, what's wrong? And I tell him, and he starts laughing at me. I get over that, and then he walks off. It's funny looking back at it now, but at the time, it's like, what? That didn't sound right. This doesn't feel right. But anyway, you all get my point. But yes, this topic is very important. It's very serious, and it needs to be talked about more. It's another one of those very uncomfortable topics to talk about, though, and so a lot of people don't. But it is another one of those things that you need to have talks with your children about. Now, I'm not saying you need to have that talk with your 5-year-old, but my God, there's children that are taking their lives so young now. Just be conscious of what your child's going through. Keep up with them. It could go a long way. And don't just write something off as puppy love or whatever. Talk to them. And yeah, Thought Criminals just said, I tell people all the time, it's okay to not feel okay. That's very true. And when you're dealing with to you that the worst day of your life, no matter how senseless it seems to the next person, if it's to you at that moment, oh, this is the worst day of my life, it's okay to be sad and cry and be upset. That's normal. You're not crazy. Same thing with any kind of trauma. Every single person deals with trauma differently. There's no wrong way to do it. There's no right way to do it. However you're feeling at that time, it's normal. You're not going crazy. It's a normal reaction to a horrible thing that's happened. So, again, I saw his post and I appreciate every word in there. I absolutely found it very ironic that some of the things he was specifically saying, but the post, good post to make. But that's the first thing that jumped out to me when I saw it is he's talking about your children are seeing how adults are treating other adults online. And I literally said out loud, they shouldn't be. As Munchie said, children should not be on social media. Period. And again, nobody will ever convince me different of that. And for God's sakes, and I don't know any of the details, ages, nothing about the, like somebody said, how many younger people have lost their life to that in the last few weeks or whatever in that area. I cannot imagine what the parents of them are going through. And this just reminds me, be very mindful of what you say to them and comments you make about them. That's why I wanted, when I found out that allegedly he'd made that post about a specific incident with a teenager, I wanted to be clear. I was not calling that person's parents bad or they let that happen. Like, nothing like that. Because that is not what I was saying. But be mindful of that. I know I'm jumping all around tonight. My ADD is really killing me tonight, but I'll be saying something and it reminds me of something else. I want to pull up this. It's kind of on the same subject. Apologize. I don't know what's going on with my. All right, never mind. Try a different way. Most of you, if not all of you, know the story with behind the Roberts family, Jason and Brittany Roberts, and Will Roberts, their 15-year-old son, who recently lost his life to cancer. Lost his life on this earth to cancer. And again, something I would not wish on my worst enemy, what they've gone through. And they're amazing people. I've known them for years very closely. They're great people. Talking about being mindful of the comments that you make online to grieving. I mean, anyone grieving, but especially grieving parents. this Ryan Wolf had shared one of Brittany's posts, and this Lynn, whatever the last name is, I guess this family will always be in the news. Sad story, but. And I don't even know what, if he accidentally cut it off or, but it doesn't matter. When you say sad story, but the next thing that's coming out of your mouth is not going to be something you should be saying. To say this about a grieving family, there's something wrong with you. And then you, as Brittany responded to him, I'd give anything for a family to have never made the news. For sure. And then this comment, as if the other one wasn't bad enough. Yep, they just keep dragging their 15 minutes. Now, I'm telling everyone to be mindful of, comments they make or say about grieving parents. That wouldn't do any good to this person because this person is obviously a complete piece of shit, miserable excuse for a human. Like, I'm really curious, how miserable of a life do you have to even think of something like that, much less actually make the comment? I'll never understand it. And as I've said before, specifically about this family and Will's story, I see this getting even bigger and spreading even more because it's helping bring awareness to childhood cancer and everything they went through and the problems of the system, the problems of the insurance and everything and big pharma, all this that parents that have to go through when they're already dealing with the worst thing in their life. So I hope 20 years from now, I'm flipping through whatever we've got technology then and still seeing Will's story being shared and this family story because it needs to be. Yeah, this Tina Roney, I guarantee you, has one of the most miserable lives you could ever imagine. Anyway, I saw that today and it just really ate me up. And for any of you that knows any of these families personally that's going through that, the ones in Walker County, reach out to them. Tell them you're thinking about them. And instead of telling them, hey, if you need anything, let me know, try to think of something they would need and just do it. Now, I'm I'm the world's worst to be saying that because I realize sometimes it's way harder than it sounds. Because there's been times where I was going to say that. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm going to practice what I preach. And then for the life of me, could not think of anything that I thought they would need that they already don't have, whatever. So I understand that's a lot easier said than done, but just think about that. Because a lot of times you are going to be able to think of something, especially if you know someone really well. But just reach out to them. And they may say they want to be left alone. That's fine. You still call them or text them every once in a while and say, hey, you don't have to respond. I'm just letting you know I'm thinking about you and checking on you. But those things could go a long way. And never, ever when a family is grieving about something like that, is not the time for you to sit back and try to Monday morning quarterback anything they were doing. Hopefully, everybody understands what I'm saying. Let the people grieve. It's not a time to be pointing fingers and trying to find somebody to put the blame on. It's not the time. Uh, all right, I'll check it out. Sutton's mom. Oh, Katie, I just saw your comment. Yes, yeah, they were talking about Brittany Roberts. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes to see what else I was going to talk about tonight. Oh, okay. I knew there was something else I was wanting to go over tonight. Grandmother allegedly left baby in hot car for 8 hours. Police investigating. Last Thursday, a father arrived to pick up his 10-month-old daughter, Scotty Crowell, from daycare. He was then informed Scotty had never been dropped off that day, so he called his wife, who then called her mother, who had taken Scotty earlier that day. When the grandmother, Dr. Stacy Feisenbaker, received the phone call while at work, she reportedly ran to her vehicle to find baby Scotty deceased, still in her car seat. Stacy had arrived at work that morning around 8 a.m. and hadn't made the devastating discovery until around 4 p.m. 911 was immediately called. Tragically, it was too late. Police say they followed protocol, administered a blood draw on Dr. Feisenbaker, although they do not believe they will find anything. As of now, Madisonville, Kentucky police are completing their investigation. Their findings will then be presented to a grand jury who will determine if the grandmother will face charges. Hot car deaths are unimaginably painful. I can't imagine what Scotty went through in the last moments of her life. It's a tragedy that even one child passes this way, yet every year, approximately 37 to 40, and I checked this is correct, children lose their lives in hot cars. And this post was made by News with Jalen. I'm not really familiar with them, but I follow them. And anyway, this came across my timeline yesterday, and I've talked about this before. You know, in Alabama, we lost a young, innocent, completely innocent, very young child last year to this, who was in DHR's custody at the time. I still get mad about that. A contractor for DHR. Only job was to carry this little boy from school to maybe doctor's appointments or something, back and forth. That was it. Like, she was like a transporter. And she went and picked the boy up from, it's been so long, I don't remember all the exact details, but I think from school, and then she was supposed to take him back somewhere else. Anyway, she picked him up and then drove somewhere, picked up food, stopped at a tobacco store, drove straight home, went in her house. The child had been taken from their parents because DHR deemed their parents was not a safe environment. And then that's what happened to them. That case, that woman should have been charged. It was literally her job to do that. That was her job every day. So explain to me how, in the middle of the job she does every day, she just forgot what she was supposed to be doing. You'll never convince me of that. Now, I'm not saying I think she purposely did it. I think she was under the influence of something. And last I knew, Jefferson County, because the incident happened in Bessemer, Alabama. So in Jefferson County, they weren't doing anything. And that little boy deserved justice. Now, that's not the reason I'm bringing this incident up. That reminded me of that one, and I still get so pissed talking about that one. Because nobody was held responsible. Anyway, that's not why I'm bringing this up. I'm not going to pretend I know how this happened because I don't. I don't understand it. One of my sponsors is Clever Ellie. And it's a company they asked me to join their program to sponsor me back during that when I was reporting on that incident. I looked at the product, I researched it, and was like, this is a great product. And so I've been promoting it ever since. Not lately much. I've had other ones that I've been talking about, but here we are again. What Clever Ellie does is it's a device that you can put in any car. I understand pretty much all new vehicles have the forgot your child in the back seat alarm. Like my truck has it, my wife's car has it. If you have that already and you have a small child, don't turn that off. Because, like Tammy just said, how can anyone forget they have a child in the back seat? I agree. But on the other hand, it happens too much. That it's not unheard of. Therefore, we got to do something. There's got to be a fix. Because the way we're doing it is not working. 40 children each year just in the United States lose their life like this. You're not going to convince me that many parents each year are just absolutely horrible parents, worthless people. You're not. I don't know how it happens. I'm not going to pretend, like I said, to know. I don't understand it, but what I do know is it happens. That's my point in talking about this one. One of my points, anyway. This is a doctor, a legit doctor, a very successful woman. But somehow it happened to her. And just from the outside looking in, there's nothing that jumps out to me to think suspiciously about this. Unfortunately, it looks as if she probably had 10,000 things on her mind that morning. And I'm guessing, and this is speculation on my part, I may be wrong, that this was not what she did. Like, it wasn't her normal routine. And so she just forgot. So, like I said, I agree. I don't understand how somebody could do that. But I'm also, my truck has a safety device just for that. I'm not going to turn it off. It happens too often. So my point is, if you have a small child, if you ever carry a small child, especially if you're a grandparent or something, or even if you're a parent, but the other parent almost always is the one that takes them to school and then they go to work, whatever. And then every once in a while you do it. Have some kind of safety device that will remind you every time you turn the car off. And the new cars, it's a little beep. It starts beeping and it says, check your back seat. So if your car already has that, don't turn it off if you ever carry a small child. If your car doesn't, that's what Clever Ellie is for. Now, there are probably other devices that does the same thing. Clever Ellie is a sponsor of mine, but I'm not putting this out. I don't talk about Clever Ellie to make money off of it. I put it out and I talk about it because I think it's a good tool. So I don't care if you use my link and go to Clever Ellie and buy theirs. Just look. I'm sure there are others on like Amazon and stuff. Just get one. They're very simple. I don't think there's many companies that make something like that, but I'm sure there are more than just Clever Ellie. But again, I just want to be clear about that. That's why I'm not even showing my link right now. You can find my link on the website. But I don't care. If you carry a small child ever, go on Amazon and look up one of these devices. They're not expensive at all. Don't be too prideful. Pride can be your worst enemy. And if you have a young child or you ever carry your grandchild around or anything, and you're that one that says, that could never happen to me ever, that's pride. And eventually pride will get you. Technology is too good these days for this to still be happening accidentally, but it is still happening accidentally. Because again, yes, there could be something come out tomorrow that's like, oh my God, she did it on purpose, whatever. But as of right now, that doesn't appear to be the case. Just don't be too prideful to think it could never happen to me when there are safety measures you could take to make sure it never happens to you. Use those. Every time I see one of these stories, it just kills me because I can't think of a more horrible thing to happen to a child for that to be like, I can't. It's horrible. And I'm just tired of seeing them. But every single year we see them, and we're going to see them next year and the next. But again, with technology these days, there's no excuse not to use some of that technology. But anyway, I saw that, and it made me realize I haven't talked about it in a while. And so I wanted to bring that up because it is right now in the South, in Alabama, it's been over 100 degrees or at least 100 degrees the last week nonstop. It literally would not take long at all. And your child's not going to survive. You turn your car off in this heat. I mean, you're talking probably 10 minutes at the most. Probably not even that long. And Katie brings up the dogs too. It happens to dogs too. And if you love dogs like I do, you don't want that to happen to a dog either. I mean, I hope you wouldn't want it to happen to a dog anyway, but you get my point. It's horrible. So if you carry your dogs around a lot, take a safety measure. Because if any of your dogs are like our oldest one, he's old now. And like I call him old man. He just kind of moves around. He'll fall asleep about every 5 minutes. He'll just be sleeping, and he'll get in the truck and he's asleep. So it's not like he's back there barking and running around or anything. But anyway, just something to think about. So Candace says that's her hometown where this happened, and the doctor is an amazing woman, sadly. Wonderful family also. She genuinely was just rushed. She's a doctor, and she was running late. And like that incident, in that situation, if it truly was an accident, which again, it appears it was, that poor woman's life is pretty much over. She'll probably never sleep another good night in the rest of her life. I mean, I couldn't imagine. Again, don't let pride get in your way. Yeah, like Rhonda said, which circling back into our other conversation, we have had some really awesome conversations tonight. Very upbeat and good feeling. I'm getting everybody depressed again. Seems like we have one of these lives at least once every 2 weeks where it's just looking back on it. I'm sure some of y'all think I sit back and think, how can I make everyone watching the most depressed they've been in a long time? And we just talk about that stuff. But a lot of stuff's not fun to talk about, but it needs to be talked about, unfortunately. So I want to now, not getting into the subject tonight, but this post just popped up, so I'm going to mention it. Lots of debates going around about the flock cameras. I get it. Like I said, I respect everyone's opinion as long as you know truly what they really do. If you're just going off of misinformation, I have a problem with that. But if you have done your research, like with legit sources, and you still don't agree with them, hey, that's fine. That's your right. That's what this country is about. trying to think how to word this. So hold on, where? Okay, there it is. Anaya Blanchard's mother, and if you're in Alabama, you know that name. But her mom, Angela Harris, who I've had numerous conversations with, an amazing woman. An amazing woman. I love her to death. She is speaking out, or she's made a statement at least about the flock cameras, praising them. Just trying to explain to people how helpful they can be. So, the reason I'm talking about this and bringing this up right now, everyone has a right to their opinion, and I respect it. Like I said, as long as you know truly what they do and not going off all the misinformation. No matter what your thoughts is, don't go attacking Angela Harris over this. Because she's looking at this from the other side that no other parent wants to have to look at it from. I'm not saying you have to agree with her. I'm just saying don't go attacking her. Respect her opinion, just like I respect yours. And I've already decided I'm not willing to die on the hill of trying to convince everybody that they should be for flock cameras. I'm smart enough to know that's not going to do any good. But what I do want to do and what I am going to continue to do is when I see misinformation about them, I'm going to correct it. So I just hope everyone understands the difference in what I'm saying. I'm not trying to convince everybody that they should be for flock. I just want everyone, no matter what their opinion is, I want them to be truly informed on what they do, because there is so much misinformation. It's ridiculous. And at this point, I'm convinced this was strategic. Someone or some organization or something strategically brought all this up and it started all this division over these. I don't know why, but it came out of nowhere so fast and blew up so fast with mostly completely false information about them. This was planned. No doubt in my mind. I want to talk about this comment. This comment was made on a post about flock. I just wanted to pull. But I just wanted to point out the irony of this. So this guy's obviously against flock, the flock cameras. At the same time, he, we'll get into it. How can our government allow private businesses? You already catch the irony? He's allegedly against flock, says they violate the Fourth Amendment, they're against the Constitution. And then he starts a question off with, how can our government allow? Like, as soon as I saw that, it jumped out to me. Pissed Off Nation, dude, I'm done with you. You're a fucking idiot. I started actually watching some of your videos. You do absolutely no research and you just get on there and post shit. And I don't respect that. Just being straight up with you. The biggest thing is your video on the Mickey Steins out of Kentucky, the sheriff that shot the judge. I literally have an entire fucking research team, dude, and I'm an experienced detective. So don't tell me that's what I do. You posted a video, and you still haven't taken it down, about Mickey Steins, saying that you were for him and how happy you were that he shot and killed this judge off of a completely made-up story. I've actually spoken to people on the ground up there. I've spoken to family members. And you need to take your post down about that. Mickey Steins was going through some kind of serious, crazy mental thing. That judge had nothing to do with his daughter. And if you'd have done a little research on that, you would have known it, but you didn't. You ran on a rumor. I don't respect that. Then you made a post about flock, and you literally called me a dumbass when you were being a dumbass. And you're too ignorant to know it. Because you had done zero research on flock and you proved it. Why is this camera pointing towards this? Because a fucking private business owns it. A private business paid for that one. And the government cannot and should not be allowed to tell a private business what they do. If you would have done any research, you would know, okay, every single Lowe's in the United States has flock cameras. Every single Home Depot. Tons of other businesses. They have flock cameras. I'm not going to argue with you. I told you who was paying for that camera. I saw you made a comment, so I want to tell you, you got on there and you called me a dumbass when you were being the dumbass. I've used flock for over 5 years. You haven't, but yet you want to act like you know more about it than I do. Now, anybody that has their own opinion and disagrees with my opinion on it, that's cool. I respect that. But when you're basing your opinion off of literally made up myths, I'm just jealous of an old washed up white guy that, dude, go on. You and your whole team can't build an account. I don't even know what the fuck that means, nor do you, because you're just. See, here you go. Now you've made a complete fucking ignorant comment, dude. That's might how you. Yeah, that's might be how you got fired. If you owned anything, if you had anything, I'd sue your ass for that. Easy to research. Dude, I've never been fired. I've never been asked to resign. I've never been forced to resign. I've never left an agency on bad terms. Do your fucking research before you spewing shit. You just proved yourself right there. You're the one that spent time in prison, and it's probably where you need to be back. You're the one that screwed your life up, half of it. I haven't. Move on. Do some fucking research. I apologize, but that guy's. I've been so cordial with him. So professional with him. And then he makes a video literally saying I'm a dumbass. When in the video he made, he didn't know what he's talking about. And then I started watching his stuff and realized he does absolutely no research on anything. Anything that's going around the internet, he makes a post about it like it's fact. Like he just said that I was fired. Dumbass dude. He spent half his life in prison. Yeah, he can't write either. We all know gonna be talking to about women in your life. What? Kind of makes me feel sorry for the dude. He can't even carry on a fucking sentence. I'm sorry. I apologize. He pissed me off. I should have just moved on, but. Got it, man. Pissed me off. But he made a video. The Sheriff Mickey Steins out of Kentucky that shot the judge back, about a year ago? He made a video about that and was laughing literally throughout the video. It's like, man, dude, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That's what he says. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. A man lost his life. Someone had started a rumor that the judge was being inappropriate with the sheriff's daughter. Literally a rumor. It didn't come from anyone in that area, nothing. Somebody on the internet started that rumor. He sees the rumor and runs with it and makes this video about how they better not send him to prison. I'll pay his bond. I'll help him get out. Let's support Mickey Steins. I got in contact with family members, with people in the local government there. There is literally not 1 ounce of truth to that. The sheriff's own daughter has spoken out publicly now about it because the rumor got so spread and carried away. Talking about how that's not true at all. The sheriff had lost his mind, literally. Something happened to him mentally, and it's a horrible situation all the way around. Two people's lives are completely over, not including their families. And he makes a video literally laughing. Dude, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I don't want anything to do with somebody like that. And he didn't understand that private businesses own that have flocks too. Anyway, God, that man pissed me off. Back to the comment. How can our government allow private businesses to collect our information like this? Then we as taxpayers are paying for this. This comment is so ironic. When the post he's commenting on is saying the government is overstepping, and the first sentence of his question is, how can our government allow? You can't make this stuff up. So for anyone wondering, or maybe thinking like Mr. Warner here, the government has no say in what a private business does, nor should they. Just as they have no say in what you as a private citizen does on your property, nor should they. I don't know what he's talking about, a private business collect your information like that. If you pull into a Lowe's parking lot, Home Depot parking lot, Walmart parking lot, they all have flocks. And they're going to take a picture of your license plate in the back of your car. The private businesses can't run the tag, meaning they have no idea who that tag belongs to, who that car belongs to, nor can they. They just have the tag number. And then if they determine that whoever was in that car was a shoplifter or stole something, committed some kind of crime there, then they can make a report and they say, this was the tag number of the car that we saw on the other cameras, saw the people get into and then leave, whatever. The police can then run the tag number on that side. The private businesses don't have your information. And as I've also said, another big thing going around about flock is that all the private businesses that has flock has access to all the flocks. That's not true at all. Lowe's only has access to their cameras. That's it. Nobody else's. Definitely not the ones that the local government's own. A private business I've got a camera on the back of my fence that points towards one of the roads behind my house. I've got it specifically pointing toward the road. Every car that goes down that road is on my camera. And this is a good camera too. I can see tag number, whatever. Every single one. So if anything ever happens, I can go back for 100 days and see every car that goes down that road. Camera's on my property. It's pointing towards the road. The government can't tell me I can't do that. But this man thinks the government should be allowed to do that. Well, at the same time, he's saying government is overreaching. I just wanted to explain that because I saw that like, Jesus Christ, this is, people don't understand. But again, one of the big myths is that the private businesses that have flocks have access to all the flocks. That is not close to being true at all. And again, the business doesn't have the means to be able to run that tag through NCIC to see who it belongs to, who it comes back to, nothing like that. They can't do that. There's no way for them to do that. All they have is a picture of the back of the car and the tag number. Another thing that I've picked up on going around a lot right now is apparently a lot of people think that flock cameras video things. They don't. The flock cameras that the law enforcement has and that Lowe's has and Home Depot, they don't, there's zero video. There's no live feed. That's not the way they work. They take a picture. They're motion activated by the cars that go down the street, and when a car passes by, a picture snaps, and it takes a still picture of the back of that car and the tag. That's it. I saw a whole post the other day where everybody's talking about how police departments and agencies have these rooms with all these TVs in there, and they're sitting there watching all the flock cameras all the time. That's not the way flock works. That's not what, no. Those cameras that they're talking about are not flock cameras. Those are traffic cameras that almost every city has at big intersections and stuff. And those are videos. They take this live feed video. Has nothing to do with flock. Nothing to do with flock. Completely different thing, completely different companies, technologies, everything. But yet, for some reason, nobody's calling out those companies. Nobody has a problem with those cameras. It's just flock. I've started picking up on this when I realized this was a strategic thing that's come out, it started bothering me, and I probably will never figure out why or who, but I would love to know, because somebody's behind all of this. And again, I want to be clear. If you have done your research from reliable sources, real research, and you know exactly what flock does, and then you're against it, hey, that's cool. I respect that. I'll respect that all day. That's your right. You should speak out about it. I respect that. The problem is a lot of people have been completely misinformed on what these things do. And I don't want to see a technology getting removed by cities that's as valuable as flock over false information. Now, again, if communities and governments decide to do that because their citizens are against them and their citizens know the truth about what they do, that's a different thing. But I don't want to see, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, so I can't be wrong. This is one thing that Dumbass was saying I was wrong about. It's my opinion. How can I be wrong about it? It's my opinion. My professional opinion is flock is the best tool that law enforcement's ever had. I said that from the day that we got flocks. I couldn't believe how awesome it was. And Dilligaff, they have to look at the individuals who's abusing them. It's not the system itself. This is my opinion on that. And again, if you disagree with me, that's cool. Don't hate me. I respect your opinion. I just ask you to respect mine. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. Blaming the misuse of flock cameras on flock, to me, is equivalent to blaming Smith & Wesson for every person that loses their life by a Smith & Wesson firearm. So yeah, if there was no firearms, then yeah, nobody would be losing their life to firearms. People would still be losing their lives, though, because people would just use criminals would find another way to do it. They would use knives. I mean, whatever. So doing away with all the firearms is not going to solve the problem. You got to get down to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is the crazy, evil people that use those. That's what we need to be looking at here. And I'm all for that. Anyone that misuses flock, I've been very public in saying they deserve very, very harsh penalties. Number one, they should absolutely be fired. No question about it. They should face a criminal charge. No question about it. They should have their law enforcement certifications pulled for life. That's what should happen. I just don't understand how people, and again, this is just my opinion, but I don't understand how people think by removing the flocks is going to solve the problem, that the misuse problem. Because it's not. An officer that will misuse flock, guarantee you, is misusing other technologies too, like NCIC. Flock just has your tag number in the back of your car. That's it. It's all the information it gets. NCIC has every single thing it's ever been about you. Every police officer has access to that. Those same officers are going to misuse NCIC. Therefore, we can remove all flocks. It's not going to solve that problem. We've got to start removing the bad apples. And one way to combat that is to make sure there are very harsh, strict penalties. And that's what we need. No, Dillagraph, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was agreeing with you. I think maybe you misunderstood me. But I was completely agreeing with you. It's not the system's fault. It's the people that misuse it. And that's what we need to be targeting and taking down. Gloria, thank you for asking that, because that's another big myth I've been seeing. Gloria said, somebody she knows, I don't see the other comment, but somebody she knows got a ticket in the mail from a camera. That is not flock. That's the traffic cameras that here's the thing that really frustrates me about this whole discussion and argument. We have those traffic cameras that I am 100% against and have been from the beginning. Nobody will convince me that those traffic cameras that send you tickets is constitutional. There's no way they are. There's no way those are constitutional. Every person that gets a ticket from those, my opinion, your rights are violated. I'm 100% against those. Those are what we should be screaming about and getting rid of. Do you know how many people get a ticket from those and they weren't the person driving it? And then guess what? Can anybody tell me how you defend yourself if you get a ticket from a traffic camera? I can answer it. You can't. How is that legal? You should have a right to defend yourself. Like Kevin just said, if the traffic camera can't show up in court to testify, the ticket should be dismissed. In this country, you have a right to face your accuser. That's one of our basic rights of the criminal justice system. Those traffic cameras, you don't have that at all. They send you a ticket in the mail, and if you don't pay it, they put it against your credit. Nobody will ever convince me those are legal. But yet, every big city across this country has them. I don't see people griping about. I don't see people losing their minds over those. Why? Those are clearly violating our rights. You talk about a private company making money. A private company is making money off of a crime. The companies that own those cameras get a percentage of every ticket they write. How is that legal? But again, why are people not screaming against those? I know most of you are smart enough. If you step back and you look at this and you realize, how did this just come up all of a sudden out of the blue, out of nowhere, and just blow up like this, especially with almost everything being said about them is not true. Somewhere, somebody or some organization strategically set out against Flock, and here we are. Again, I don't have a clue who or what or why, but somebody did. All right, we're going to talk about something funny for a second before I go. One of the last things you'll ever see me do is like make fun of a law enforcement officer, unless they're extremely overweight. This one, I don't have words. This guy was just promoted to sergeant in his agency, and I just saved a picture. I don't even remember what agency. I want to say it's somewhere in Georgia, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, the agency posted this picture, and I follow the agency. I wish I could remember which one. I just follow so many, but this popped up on my timeline yesterday, and I thought, what did I do? There we go. I thought it was like an AI picture. I was like, oh, somebody's messing with this guy. Nope. Because there's like 3 different pictures. Did I not send the rest? Hold on. There's like 3 different pictures of the guy. And this is the strangest haircut I've ever seen in my life. Extremely unprofessional. And the fact that an agency just promoted this guy to sergeant makes me question that agency. Well, I guess I didn't say it. They had like 3 or 4 different different pictures of the guy with different people, and you could see from the other side. It's not the angle. It's not. I've never seen anything like this on a police officer. I just, and it looks like he's got a wife, and she's pretty. How can she let him walk out like that? Like, y'all think she likes that? I hope not. I don't know. Anyway, this was just, I just had to show that. And yeah, I mean, he also looks out of shape, but I mean, he may not be. He's not one that I would just say, oh my God, that's horrible. He definitely could be in better shape, and he definitely could probably lose some weight, but it's still possible he could handle himself. I'm not necessarily just judging him on that, but that haircut, I'm judging him on that one. 100%. All right, hold on. Somebody asked me a question. I need to get back to serious. Kevin said, you can't angle a haircut that bad. So Renee asked, can you tell us exactly what flock is to be used for? So flock, again, all flock does is it snaps a still picture of every car that travels down said road that it's pointed at. It snaps a picture of the rear of the car. So you can see the rear of your car with the tag number. Therefore, most of the time you can tell what color the car is and see the tag number. And if there's any, like, if you have any like bumper stickers and stuff like that, then you could identify the car from those too. Like anything that's on the back is just a regular picture. Now it's a very clear picture. But it just takes a picture of that. So the reason that's so valuable to law enforcement is, well, for one, I'll give you some stats. NITMEC itself, so this is not stats from Flock, but NITMEC itself said Flock is responsible for helping recover over 100 missing and abducted children in 2025. Yes, Natalie. It has it timestamps it. So it's got the date and time. So there's one staggering stat. And a large percentage of those were Amber Alerts. So Amber Alerts were located because of Flock. Over 50% of all stolen vehicles now in the United States are recovered using Flock. Over 50% of all stolen vehicles in the United States is recovered because of Flock now, using Flock now. The way that works is there are parts where Flock is synced with NCIC. So if a stolen vehicle travels in front of a Flock, Flock takes that picture. And if that tag number comes back to a stolen vehicle, then it sends an automatic alert to the agency that has that Flock. So say, oh, there's a stolen vehicle going down Avalon Avenue right now. At Avalon and Knick-Knack Drive, stolen vehicle traveling northbound. It's a 2015 black Hyundai Sonata with tag number whatever. So it alerts the local dispatch. So the dispatch alerts all the units on duty and says, hey, there's a stolen car traveling here. Here's the description. It just passed this intersection. So everybody can head towards there, and you're going to find the car almost 100% of the time. We were knocking stolen cars off at least once a week in a smaller city. So to me, the most valuable thing about Flock is the real-time data. Meaning, mom just called 911 and said someone just took my son. We were walking through the Walmart parking lot, and they just grabbed my son, and they jumped into a black SUV. I was scared. I don't know what happened. That's all I can tell you is a black SUV. Law enforcement's going to be able to fully identify that vehicle within 3 minutes. They're going to have a tag number on it, direction of travel, and having the tag number is going to give the officers are going to be able to look up the address that tag number comes back, the owners, and they're going to be able to alert every law enforcement agency in the country, be on the lookout for this vehicle. They just abducted a kid. It's also going to immediately be entered into the Flock system, is what we'd call flagged. So when that certain vehicle passes in front of another Flock camera, it's going to automatically alert dispatch. And they're going to say, hey, that car just passed 5th Avenue going northbound. So that's why, in my opinion, it's the best tool law enforcement's ever had. Because before Flock, we didn't have anything like that. Before Flock, that mom calls 911. Somebody just grabbed my kid out of my arms walking through Walmart parking lot. They got in a black SUV. An officer's going to have to fly to Walmart, try to get up with their security people, their loss prevention people, who more than likely is going to be walking through Walmart somewhere. Front desk at Walmart, the customer service is going to have to page them. Hey, so-and-so to the front desk. They're going to walk up there and say, hey, I need to see your video, y'all's video from your parking lot. We just had a kid abducted out here. They're going to have to get their keys out, unlock their loss prevention door there, go in, sit down at the computer, pull up the cameras, say, what time was it? I was about 10 minutes ago, and it was in this area. All right, and they're going to go, and they're going to be, hey, I bet that's the car. Zoom in. Let's see if we can get a tag number. Nah, it's too blurry. We can't see a tag number. So then all law enforcement be looking for a black SUV? I mean, that's nothing, especially in a decent-sized city. You see how different those scenarios are? That's why Flock is so important. Here's the thing. You work at Walmart service desk, never heard of this. The Walmart you work at doesn't have loss prevention people? I mean, went to Walmart and requested video and sat down with their loss prevention people more times than I can count. What are you saying you've never heard of? Because at that time, that's the only lead you have to go on. And most Walmart's cameras, like the security cameras they have on their parking lot and inside the store and stuff, they're great cameras. They're very clear. There's been plenty of times I've been there investigating something, trying to identify a car, and we zoom in as much as we can, and we still can't get a tag number. Yes, but they don't ask for them if someone is in the store they are looking for. So if law enforcement comes into your store and needs to talk to loss prevention, what do? I'm just telling you my experience at every Walmart I've ever gone to working, investigating something. It's been the exact same thing every time. I mean, I just walked you through exactly what I've dealt with more times than I can count. I'd get to Walmart. Loss prevention's not in their office. I go to customer service desk, say, hey, I need to talk to somebody from loss prevention. And they get on their little walkie-talkie and they call, hey, Joe, police are up here, need to see you. Joe's in the back of the store walking around somewhere, and he has to walk up to the front, and he meets you, and then you walk over to their office, and he unlocks the door, and you go in. I mean, that's literally step for step what I've done over 100 times. But anyway, so those are just some examples. I'm trying to think of one that I've actually dealt with in real time. That flock was awesome. So, me and another officer was working school traffic on patrol. School was letting out, working school traffic. This mom comes pulling up to us, honking her horn, like going crazy. She's got her windows run out. She's like, help, help. And so we run over to her. We're like, what's going on? It's like, someone just picked up my kid. I saw, like, my kid was about to get in the car with me, and they got into this other car and drove off from the school pickup line. And I don't know who it was, but I'm here to pick up my kid, and nobody's supposed to be picking up my kid. But what kind of car were they in? It was a tan SUV. What kind of SUV? It was a big one. I mean, I remember this like it was yesterday because it was very intense for a while. So we're immediately on the radio. We're like telling all the units, hey, head over our way. We've allegedly just had a kid abducted from the school pickup line. So the officer I was with jumps in his vehicle. He was a K9 and takes off down the road, hoping he can catch up with the vehicle. And while he does that, I jump in mine, and I'm like, let's pull up flock, because I knew there were 2 flock cameras on that street. So I pull up flock, and I put in date and time. Hey, show me all the vehicles that came down this street in the last 10 minutes. And so I'm watching, and I'm clicking from picture to picture. All right, there's a maroon Suburban. All right, there's a black SUV. Oh, there's a tan SUV. It's an older model, big Expedition. That's a good chance that's what she was talking about. So I run the tag number. I've got that tag number. I immediately put out, hey, this is a possible suspect. Don't know for sure yet, but it's a possible suspect. Be on lookout for this tag in this car. I entered into flock right quick to flag that tag number. Not even 2 minutes later, it hits another flock camera on another street. And so I tell everybody, I'm like, hey, that car is now on so and so street going westbound. And so everybody's headed towards it. I go and I get the mom, because the mom was still sitting at the school waiting on us. I go grab her because I'm still in the parking lot. And I bring her to my car and I pull the picture, the back of that car with the tag number. You can see the back of the car and the tag number from Flock. I pull that picture up and I was like, hey, does this look like the vehicle? And she said, that's it. That's it. That was the vehicle. All right, we got the suspect. Other units caught up to it right down the road after it passed the second Flock camera. Stopped it. That all happened in like no more than 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, we had the vehicle identified, the owner of that vehicle identified, their home address, their exact location, and officers had them pulled over. Now, that incident, what it ended up being was mom and dad were divorced. Mom had full custody. Dad sent his mother, who had gotten a new vehicle as new to her. The mom had never seen it before. To go told grandma, hey, I'm supposed to pick up Charlie from school today. Will you go pick him up for me? Allegedly, grandma didn't know he wasn't supposed to have him. I don't know if they ever decided that. But anyway, that's who had the kid. We pull him over. We get the kid. Kid goes back to mom. Then investigators started investigating, exactly what's going on. We call DHR out, all that stuff. Anyway, that all happened in 5 minutes. Without Flock. Now that one, would have probably been able to figure that out in 24 hours or something, because dad would have been a suspect. But that would have taken us hours to even figure that out, if not the next day, and then trace all that down. So, there's always a chance that could have still turned out okay, but we don't know. But without Flock, none of that would have happened that day. Definitely not in 5 minutes, because that's all we had to go on. So, as I've said numerous times, I am all for any officer that misuses Flock should be prosecuted, fired, prosecuted, law enforcement credentials pulled forever. I'm 100% for that. I'm not even against. I know a lot of agencies now, I don't know if I could say a lot, but some agencies for sure are now going to only, like, investigators and special units or maybe supervisors have access to Flock. I'm cool with that. As long as someone on shift, every shift, has access to Flock, I'm good with that. I think overall the best thing is probably for everybody, but it's not a live or die thing if everybody doesn't. So I'm not against that. Like I said, if an agency just wants supervisors to have access, or investigators and whatever. So I'm not against limiting access, but getting these towns and cities getting completely rid of them over, honestly, a bunch of misinformation. It's crazy to me. Kevin said, caught a murder suspect from Tuscaloosa with flock in Mississippi. Extremely dangerous guy, an imminent threat to society. Yeah, I mean, if you have somebody with felony warrants and the car they're driving is registered to them, and that car goes by a flock camera, it's going to send an alert to that local dispatch, and that dispatch is going to be able to put it out to all the patrolmen on duty. Hey, there's a wanted suspect's vehicle, got felony warrants for whatever, and it's northbound on whatever road right now. It's a black F-150, tag number, blah, blah, blah. So tons of wanted people are picked up every day now because of flock. Tons. But one of my things is, if my child was taken, I want officers to have flock cameras. 100%. I mean, I don't even have to think twice about that. Me personally, if there's any regular police officer is not going to be like stalking me or, oh, I wonder where he's been and running my tag number through flock. I mean, if they did, I don't care. But again, I understand some people do. I get that. I'm saying I know I'm not that interesting. It's not like there's tons of people dying to know everywhere I went today. They'd be pretty bored. Also, but if, say, a Nick Smith or somebody I'm calling out runs me through flock, when I find out about it, I'm going to sue them, and I'm going to get a good payday out of it. Now again, that's just me personally. I know I did the job for 17 years. I could never think of a time where I would have wanted to know where a random citizen had been traveling to and from. That's never happened. But for the ones that misuse it, like I said, for ex-wives, girlfriends, boyfriends, all that stuff, absolutely, it's very serious. It should not happen. And when it does, they should be prosecuted. They should be fired and prosecuted. Yeah, Shelby, I understand. I just don't understand. Like I said, I get the ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, current, whatever. I get that. But other than that, I can't think of a scenario where, as a completely innocent civilian, where the government's going to be wanting to track me. I can't think of that scenario. I, I can't. Um, I just wish if law enforcement was reporting, like to the news, having a press release on every big case that's solved because of flock, I don't think anybody would be arguing about it. Law enforcement's not doing that. But the other side of that is every single misuse is making national news. And so it's making it look like, oh my God, we've got this huge problem here. We don't. Currently, there are over 250,000 police officers in the United States that have access to flock. Over 250,000 monthly users that have access to flock. To date, we still have less than 100 nationwide cases of misuse. Now, again, as I said in the podcast I made about it, I'm not gullible enough to think, well, that's the only misuse. I get there's misuse that nobody knows about and was not found out. But even if you times that 100 times 10 and make it 1,000, that's still way less than 1% of flock users are misusing it. Now, that's too much. I get that. But it's not some rampant problem. But the news, here's the thing. In Fayette County, Alabama right now, there is a convicted child predator that was completely freed out of prison out of the blue, no explanation whatsoever, no reason whatsoever by a corrupt judge. As soon as he got out on house arrest, and he was allowed to go to his beach house, as soon as he got out on house arrest, he violated his release terms, which according to the own judge's order, he should have immediately been sent back to prison. He wasn't. So he still stayed out of prison for the last year until the grand jury met. They indicted him. He's now been indicted on those new charges. He's still not back in prison. Are we seeing that story on news everywhere? CNN reporting on that story? We've got Jason Hare, who is an active police officer in the town of Oakman right now, was caught on video clearly, clear as day, sexually assaulting an 18-year-old dispatcher. Is that all over the news? But you have a police officer from rural Georgia that ran his ex-girlfriend's tag through flock. It's literally on national news. You'll get my point. National media, mainstream media is really good at making it, they can make anything look like a huge problem. They're really good at that. They're not good at reporting the actual problems. We have a big child predator problem in this country. Major. Mainstream media rarely talks about that. Is mainstream media reporting on Roblox right now? That there's literally over 10,000, at least 10,000 known child predators actively using Roblox? A kid's game? No, they're not. But every single misuse of flock is getting reported on national news. We have a major child predator problem. National news is not covering it. If you watch mainstream media, you wouldn't think it, you wouldn't even know is a problem at all. But mainstream media has done really good at getting everybody fired up about flock, acting like flock is going to ruin our country and it's going to take over, and but not the hundreds of thousands of child predators. I just think those things are worth looking into, looking at it like that. I do not trust mainstream media whatsoever. Never will. Again, ever. They lie to us every single day. The same mainstream media that brainwashed an entire country for years that a green leafy substance was one of the most dangerous drugs you could use. We know now that was all a complete lie, literally made up stuff. Did you see what mainstream media did during COVID? There's no doubt now. We know where COVID came from. It came from that clinic in Wuhan. We know that. If I, what I just said, if I said that during 2021, I would have immediately been kicked off every single platform I'm on right now. That's a problem. Because that's not going to be the last time we're treated like that. Hey, Nancy, how are you? That's a very good statement. Kevin said people on social media grumbling about flock and how it violates their privacy need to evaluate their stance on privacy. Very well put. That's my thing. As I've said, this tracks every single thing I do. It's listening to me right now. It's listening to me all day. It's followed me every single where I go. A corrupt law enforcement officer could take this and learn every single thing about me and know every single place I've been ever since I've had this phone. And pull every single text message I've ever sent, received, phone call, email, bank information, all my locations, every website I've ever been to on it, everything. You know how I know that? Because I've done it hundreds of times legally with a search warrant. But if I get my hands on this, if I'm investigating you and I get my hands on this, I can tell you every single thing you've done in your life for the last year. Every person you've talked to, I mean, everything. If I was truly worried about somebody being tracked and not wanting to be tracked, I damn sure wouldn't have this. That's my point. That's my point. And then people say, well, the difference is they have to have a search warrant for your phone. We're talking about rogue and corrupt police officers. That's who's misusing Flock. You think those officers are going to get a search warrant if they want to download my phone? No. It's not like that's a safety measure. It's not like the device that we use to download phones. If you plug it up, it's like, hey, input the search warrant here, or I can't download this phone for you and all the information on it. That's not how it works. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Hope you're doing well. So that's my point. I'm against corrupt law enforcement. We should go after them. We should call them out. We should take them down. An officer that misuses Flock is a corrupt law enforcement. I mean, that I don't know. I mean, there's a big part of me that doesn't understand it. But again, I still respect your opinion. I mean, I respect everybody's opinion. I just want them to have a factual opinion, not based off of all the crazy, crazy misinformation. The facial recognition and like the Flock cameras that law enforcement use on the road don't have facial recognition. They don't take a picture of the face. They don't see the face. They don't see who's in the car. Like it'd be impossible. Even if they had facial recognition, it wouldn't work like that. Tawana, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that. Like Tawana said, our sheriff, I'm guessing she lives in Coleman. The Coleman County Sheriff has a lawsuit right now for searching an officer's phone without a search warrant. Thank you, Nancy. I really appreciate that. Law enforcement has to have a search warrant to put a tracker on your car. A corrupt law enforcement officer is not going to go get a search warrant to put a tracker on your car. They're going to snap a tracker on your car. We want to do away with technology when the problem is a corrupt law enforcement officer, not the technology. Hey, Paige, how are you? I mean, I've got 2 or 3 trackers, personal trackers of mine. I could slap on anybody's car and track them. They're not going to find it. They're not going to know it. I'm good. Somebody got me really fired up earlier and really pissed off, but I cussed him, he cussed me, and I blocked him. So sometimes my immature side still, immature, unprofessional side still comes out, and it did earlier. And for those of you that were on, I do apologize for that. I shouldn't have acted like that, but what you see is what you get here. You're seeing the real thing. No mask here. Did I see the slap on the wrist for the? No, have they? No, I haven't seen anything. What did they give them? Did they take a plea deal or something? What are you talking about? Sounds like Kimmy Kitten. Speaking of her, she really hates me. Apparently, legit. I have no idea what I did. Somebody, was that you, Tawana? Actually, that tried to tag me in one of her videos or something, and then she responded back, "He's blocked and he knows it." I'm like, what the fuck? What? Why am I blocked? I don't care. Plea deals, lots of split sentences. Well, I'll probably be reporting on. I'll probably be putting a podcast out about that tomorrow. Then, yeah, I'll check that out. She blocked you because you tagged me. I don't know what her deal is. She blocked Munchies and Murder. She blocked me, and neither one of us are. I don't. Anyway, I don't have a clue why. Again, I don't care. I think it's funny the way she's acting about it, though. I don't know. I never had a problem with her. I thought we got along well, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm guessing I said something at some point that she didn't agree with, and she's the type to just, if you don't agree with her, she blocks you. I would rather more people follow me that don't agree with me than the ones that do, because, as I've said, if everybody that follows me agrees with me and thinks the same way I do, I'm not going to learn anything, nor are they. I like to talk to people that have different opinions and view things different. One guy got 5 years split, 4 months, and 3 years probation. Yeah, I'll be making a video about that tomorrow. This is what I'm talking about. Mm. All lost their A post permanently. Cannot be post certified anywhere in the U.S. I'm surprised. We're currently trying to figure out why A post has not pulled Jason Hare's certification. Oh, I need to look into that, Renee. Thank you. Renee asked about ex-judge Self going back to court. That was the corrupt judge that was found guilty in federal court. No, it wasn't federal court. It was state court, but he was found guilty of multiple felonies in Lauderdale County, Alabama. And then he was able to bond out, which was extremely weird to me. Uh, apparently it's something that can happen, but I'd never seen someone get convicted and them take them to jail and then they'd be able to bond out. I'd never seen that before, but somehow he did. I'm going to check back into that, though. I haven't thought about that in a while, but I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, it was an appeal bond. It's just something I've not seen. Like, if it has ever happened in any of my cases, I didn't realize it happened. It's definitely not something that's extremely common, though. Not in Alabama, anyway. We had two deputies supposed in a. I don't understand what you're saying, Twana. In a MS in Orange Beach, our sheriff put out what happened in less than a few hours. I'm pretty tired, but I'm not following that. You have to explain it better to me or something. I don't know really why, but that reminded me of for all those for everyone that's messaging me about the principal or assistant principal, whatever, in Leeds, Alabama. I'm not covering that until I see some type of actual evidence. There's some people running really fast and loose with that information right now, and I don't like that. I don't agree with that. I meant to say that Monday night too, because tons of people are messaging me about it and say, "Why are you not posting about this? Why are you not covering?" Because literally the only evidence is one anonymous email. A lot of a lot of serious claims in that email, but it's one anonymous email. Any update on the ramp nonsense? It's been oddly quiet. No, I don't really have any updates. Uh, I've had some of this other stuff come up that I've been covering, so I'm a little out of the loop on the ramp with everybody right now. But I'm going to get back in it ASAP, and actually got some stuff coming up on it next week. But as soon as I get an update, I'll obviously put that out and talk about it. I haven't. Those asking about the where did it go? The Lindsay case. I haven't really had time to keep up with that case much at all. I did look into it a little bit last week, just because a lot of people kept asking me my opinion on it. But no, I definitely haven't seen what happened today, but I will look at it. One thing I did want to say about that case, I saw the picture of the prosecutor with all her little hair bows in her hair. What the hell's wrong with that woman? Like, what in the world? Also, I just saw, tons of people commenting about it, making posts about it, and half the people were saying they thought the husband did it, and half the people were saying they thought she did it. I thought she was on trial. I thought it was a jury trial that was going on. And the first thing I figured out is, no, she's already pled guilty. This is just a sentencing trial. This is just for sentencing. She's already pled guilty. I didn't realize that. And I think from a lot of the posts I see, I think there's a lot of people that don't realize that. So does everybody on here realize that? It's not a trial. Like, she's already pled guilty. This is just for sentencing to determine if she's going to prison for a long time or a mental facility. Yeah. They decide if she's going to jail or the hospital. Yeah, there is a jury, but it's not a jury trial like a regular jury trial. I thought, and again, I'm telling, there's a lot of people that are commenting on it online on social media that don't realize that. Like, I've seen people think, I don't think they're ever going to be able to convict her. I don't think they're going to be able to, and I'm like, well, they don't have to convict her. She's already pled guilty. We're past that. I'll check that out though, sometime tomorrow on what the judge did today, because I do want to look more into that case because it seems interesting. I hadn't had time yet, and I thought I was going to have a little more time to look into something when Jason Hare resigned the other day, but they pulled the switcheroo on us there, and so I'm still putting in most of my, at least half my day into that right now, we're trying to figure out how we can get him out of law enforcement. Oh, I see Tawana. Oh, I didn't hear about that. When was that, Tawana? Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, Renee. What I did look into, I I definitely think she did it. I don't think the husband did it. Um, I think he's one of the worst husbands ever. He's a piece of shit, for sure. No doubt about that. Horrible husband. Um, he failed her. But yeah, a lot of people failed her. The system completely failed her. Her family failed her. Everybody failed her. A lot of evidence shows that she practically begged for help, and nobody listened. Now, obviously, still not an excuse for what she did, but I don't think she had evil intent when she did that. I think she had just mentally gone. I think she was mentally gone at the time. And that's sad. And so the one thing, that's what I was saying the other night about it. The one thing that I'm glad it's doing, and I hope it continues to, is it's bringing conversation about postpartum depression, and there needs to be a lot of discussion about that. A lot of mothers go through that, and they get treated like she did, as far as from the system at least. Thankfully, a lot of mothers that do go through it, they at least have family help. Some don't, though. And there's just not enough resources for them. Yeah, I'll check that out, Tawana. It doesn't sound familiar to me. I'll have to check that out too. No, I don't have any updates on the August Borden case. I know we're coming up on it's right out a year, I think, from when that happened. Yeah, Ruth, the mental health period, there is such a wait list for counseling therapy unless you go through the hospital. It's horrible. It's like 2 years ago, I got very frustrated with my psychiatrist, with the place I go. And I was like, forget them. I even told him, I was like, I'm not coming back here. Well, little did I know, I pretty much didn't have a choice. I started calling around, and I was hearing like, oh, we got a 2-year wait list. We got a 1.5-year wait list. We got a 3-year wait list. I was like, what? We obviously have a huge shortage of psychiatrists in our country, like huge. I had no idea how bad it was until I dealt with it myself. And so 2 days later, I was calling my doctor's office back, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was having a rough day, like all this stuff. I didn't really mean it either. I was still pissed at him, but it's sad. And I've got resources, like I've got great insurance. Financially, I could go wherever, but even I mean, I couldn't find one. I mean, I had no choice but to go back to where I was. So I can't imagine the people that don't have insurance and that don't have the financial means. I mean, it's a tragedy, and something needs to be done about it. Hey, good night, Paige. But yeah, it's something that needs to be fixed. But then at the same time, you also have doctors just throwing medicine at problems that that hormones could fix. That's a big problem too. A lot of people, just their hormones are out of whack and they go to the doctor and then they go, well, there's a big problem, in my opinion, of regular doctors prescribing so many psych meds. I mean, you can go in pretty much any doctor's office and say, I'm depressed, and they start you on at least one, sometimes two medicines immediately. And it's not even their specialty. Now, again, on one hand, I understand that because it's not like you're going to get into a psychiatrist, but that's the problem. She had over 30, she was taking 30 different medicines. Are you serious? Yeah, I don't waste my time on the VA. I have lifetime health care from the VA because I'm a combat veteran. But I've been to the VA maybe twice, and both was a horrible experience. And I was like, there's no way in hell I'm ever coming back here. Unless something crazy happens, and I just don't have any insurance. But unless that, I'll never go back to the VA. The first time I went, it was pretty much at the VA. I'm not exaggerating. You can ask any veteran. It's probably to the same thing. The doctor pretty much said, what do you want? I mean, I think the doctor would have put me on anything I asked for, no matter what. I mean, that's how it felt. I legit think that. He was wanting to. The first time I went was just because you only have so many years after you get back from your deployment that you have to go to the VA, get in the system, get seen, and all that stuff in order for you to be able to have the free health care for the rest of your life. And so that's all I was there for. I wasn't having any issues. So, but I filled out all the paperwork and stuff, and the doctor comes in and was trying to put me on Xanax. I kid you not. And one thing I'm scared to death of is benzos. Before I'd ever in my life take a benzo, it would be an absolute last resort. I'm scared to death of them. And so, luckily, I know about what they do. I know about all of that. And so, but it was something apparently that I checked off on one of the forms or something. It was like, well, you said this. It's like, I can unwrite your prescription for Xanax. And I was like, I don't want to know. I don't want that. It was crazy, but the VA is crazy. Now, that was probably 10 years ago now. So maybe things have changed. But 2 or 3 years after that, I went back for, I can't remember what, but I was actually going to go to get seen about something. Oh, I know. I was prescribed a medicine that was crazy expensive. And so I was just going to try to go through the VA. So I wouldn't have to pay that much for it. And I didn't even ever make it. I didn't even get to see a doctor that time. It was a horrible experience. And that's when I walked out. I was like, nah, never coming back here. Hopefully it's gotten a little better since then, but I don't know. But, and I'm not a doctor. Do not take medical advice from me. I am not a doctor. Don't take medical advice from me. But what I always tell people, if you're not feeling right, get your hormones checked first. Because a lot of times, that's the problem. But the doctors they don't even check your hormones. It's extremely rare. Uh-oh. For anyone that lives around Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where I live, there's a missing 13-year-old Hispanic female last seen walking near Sahama Village around 8 p.m. Was carrying one pink and one purple backpack, has a small white and brown dog with her, unknown direction of travel. Last seen in a white shirt and blue pants that may have changed, approximately 4'9", 100 pounds. And Sahama Village is very close. It's pretty close to downtown. If you're not real familiar with Tuscaloosa, it's close to downtown. It's off the same exit as the police department, the main headquarters. But anyway, a lot of times it's hormones, and again, your normal doctors they don't even check that. You go like people go in and tell them they're tired all the time or depressed or whatever, and again, they just start them on a psych med when there's a decent chance their estrogen levels are off or their testosterone levels are off, and so getting those would fix them and make them feel really good and not be bad for them. But the whole healthcare system, I think we talked about this the other night, it's so screwed up right now. I had a heart surgery, and after they threw pain pills at me like candy, I just stopped 6 days ago. Yeah, you got to be very careful. And that's luckily I'm scared to death of opiates, any pain medicine, and benzos. Uh, those are just things the time I spent in narcotics talking to thousands of different addicts and seeing how things affected them and listening to them. I mean, the opiates is self-explanatory. I mean, everybody knows that. You want to be careful with that. But the benzos, I think, is a little less unknown and understandable. And so one reason that the benzos scare me to death, and again, that it would be an absolute last resort for me to take those. There's only two drugs that you will lose your life just coming off the drugs. There's only two. And opiates is not one. You will not lose your life because of opiate withdrawal. I've seen enough people to go through it. You'll wish you were. But just having withdrawals from that is not going to take your life. Alcohol and benzos. If you're a daily user of those and you just stop cold turkey, there's a decent chance you will lose your life. And I think there's a lot of people who don't understand that. But that's it. That's the only two drugs that now, it's not 100%, but it's a very high percentage. You can't just stop either one of those cold turkey, or you could lose your life fast too. And so I don't want to be on anything like that unless I absolutely just had to. Yeah, be careful with the benzos and just know you can't stop that. If you're like I said, if you take that every day, you can't just stop cold turkey. It's extremely dangerous. And of course, like I said, alcohol. DTs are life threatening. You can't just if you're an alcoholic, you can't just stop alcohol cold turkey. Benzodiazepams or peens, one or the other. Like Xanax is the big one. Xanax, is it Ativan? No, there's another one. It's very similar to Xanax. Those are the main ones. Is Valium a benzo? Maybe I'm not 100% sure on that, but maybe. Okay, they are okay. I don't know if I've ever taken a Valium for anything. Oh, maybe I think that's what they gave me for my eye when I had my LASIK eye surgery. I think that's what they gave me. Which, whew, be careful with that because I don't even have an addictive personality, but I could see where that could get addictive fast because that was like the best I'd ever felt. While I'm laying there and they're shooting lasers on my eyes, cut my eye open. My doctor checks for hormones. My testosterone is off, but the meds she wants me to use are too expensive because insurance don't cover them. Do you go? Are you just seeing a regular doctor, Tawana? You need to go see a HRT. You need to go to an HRT clinic. Don't your regular doctor. I'm telling you, and if they're honest with you, they'll tell you they don't know anything about hormones, the hormone replacement therapy or anything. They don't study it in med school, nothing. I mean, they don't understand it at all. So don't go to a regular doctor for your hormones. They're going to screw you up. They will put you on either too much or not enough. They don't understand it. It's crazy how bad they're off. But and there are HRT clinics everywhere now. Go to them. They'll change your life. If that's the problem. If your hormones are out of whack, and they'll change your life. Yep, I recall that too. No addictive personality, but didn't want addiction rip pain IV drip out. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Where you should get to press that button every 5 minutes. Yeah, when I had to have the emergency surgery last year, they put me on that for like 2 days, 2 or 3 days after my surgery, and I was sitting there, and yeah, it'll make you feel good. That's for sure. David, if you're talking about the hormone replacement therapy, it's definitely in males. Don't let your regular doctor give you testosterone or anything. They don't know what they're doing. They'll screw you up. Again, they'll either put you on too much or not enough, and then you may need a lot of them will just put you on testosterone. There's not, I don't want to say too much. I don't want people to act like I'm pretending to be a doctor, but they'll put you on that and not another medicine that a lot of people need with that. And so they just end up screwing your hormones up worse. I went to a HRT clinic several years ago, got hormone pellets. Amazing how much good they did. The pellets, best thing I've ever in my life had. You talk about life changing. That was life changing. The pellets were life changing for me. I mean, I was 40 years old, and I went from not feeling the best to feeling as good as I did when I was 15 years old. It was crazy. We were told if you had a stroke, you couldn't have it. Now they say that's not true. You couldn't have what? Yeah, find a good HRT clinic. Don't go to your regular doctor for that. Yeah, see, that doesn't make sense. Again, I'm not a doctor, but I've done a lot of research on hormone replacement therapy. I mean, I've got like 3 books down here I've read. I've self taught myself a lot about that, and you they used to say that testosterone increased your chances of heart disease. That's for years and years. There's still some regular doctors that'll still tell you that. It's literally the opposite. Because now that they've actually done real studies on it, they realized low testosterone is causing heart disease. I mean, they've discovered all, like, in men. I'm talking about men as far as that. There's tons of things that was being caused by low testosterone. I don't know as much about the female stuff because I haven't studied that as much, but if your estrogen's off, it'll male. If your testosterone's off, it'll really screw you up. And a female, it's more of if your estrogen is off, it'll screw you up. But now, if your estrogen is off in a male, it'll screw you up too, and vice versa. If your testosterone's really messed up in a female, it'll mess them up. I mean, you don't know. You just need to get your levels checked, but you have to go to an actual HRT clinic, to an HRT doctor, to get tested because they're the ones that know what to test for and what levels to look for and all that stuff. And the research I've done, that like the testosterone cream and the patches, they're not very effective at all. There's some experts that literally call them a scam. That, yes, they release a little bit of testosterone into your system, but it's not enough to really matter at all. And again, this is just from some experts I've listened to, that the creams and stuff are just pretty much something that Big Pharma put out to make money off of. Like certain people, a very small percentage of people, they can be beneficial, but most, they're not going to make enough difference to be beneficial at all. But again, I mean, I'm not saying it's not right for somebody. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, HRT is hormone replacement therapy. Yeah, Tawana, you need to go to a HRT doctor. Message me. I know some up around your area that I could refer to you. And one thing that's gotten way out of hand, and people are crazy for doing it, stop buying your peptides from the guy that changes your tires. It's like all these random people are selling peptides and people are buying them from them. There is absolutely no way for you to know what that actually is. Don't trust that. Again, go to a good HRT clinic and they can prescribe you legit peptides from a compounding pharmacy, not Jake that changed your tires last week and sells peptides on the side. I've never seen anything like this is going on right now with that. Now, I'm a big believer in peptides. I've been using peptides for close to 10 years. Life-changing if you get the right ones. Again, life-changing. So I'm all for peptides. Especially if you're over a certain age, peptides will change your life too. But you need to go to an actual doctor that knows what they're talking about, that will prescribe you the right specific ones you need at the right dosage. Not, like I said, the guy that mows your yard also peddling peptides. But if you're a male, well, or a female, actually, I know quite a few females that take it too. Now again, don't take my advice. Find a HRT doctor, but ask them about Samorlin. Samorlin, the peptide Samorlin. If you're over 40, your growth hormone levels are going to be extremely low, like not 80 to 90% lower than they were when you were 20. Like that starts falling fast. Samorlin is one of the peptides that it's not a synthetic growth hormone, which is not safe. Don't take synthetic growth hormone. It's not safe at all. But Samorlin, the peptide, causes your body to start producing the max amount of growth hormone that it can produce. So completely safe, and will make you feel, you'll start feeling so much better. Your skin's going to start looking a lot better, going to be feeling better. You're going to start looking and feeling like you're 10 years younger at least. It's just one of those, you got to be patient with it. You got to take it for a good 6 weeks before you start noticing anything. But once you start noticing it, wow. And you don't have to take it year round. Like I take Samorlin about at most 6 months out of the year, because once you got it in your system good, your body will start producing its own growth hormone. And so at a point, you can stop taking the Samorlin for a while because your body's going to still be producing its own. And then, like I said, a lot of doctors suggest, like, just take it for about 6 months. Some say 3 or 4 months, but it just depends on how you feel. You'll kind of got to figure that out yourself. But I take it for around about 6 months a year, and it's a life changer too. So much more energy. And again, you'll literally start telling, like with your skin and stuff, you start feeling so much better. And I first took Samorlin 10 years ago. And back when really nobody knew anything about it. And it was extremely expensive. Luckily, I was making really good money then, and so I could afford it. But if I hadn't have been making as much money as I was, I wouldn't have been able to afford it then. I was paying like, it was between $1,200 and $1,500 a month for it then. Seriously, it was crazy expensive, but it made me feel so good. I was like, I'm taking this, and so I took it for a little while then. And then I went a couple years without it and took it again. And now I've been using it now for about the last 2 years. Like I said, about between 4 and 6 months out of the year. But I love that stuff. I love it. And it's nowhere near expensive like that now. It's way, way cheaper. Like now, I think you can get it for probably $200 or $300 a month at the most. And again, you don't have to take it year round. But again, talk to your doctor about it. And research it yourself. Look into it. Yeah, that's the thing with most HRT clinics. Your insurance won't cover it. Again, it's Big Pharma doesn't want you taking those things. I mean, that's a prime example, because they actually fix you a lot, and you're rarely going to have to take other medicines when you get your hormones balanced out and stuff. Especially if you're taking like Samorlin, which is the be young forever is what they say about it. Yes, Samorlin enhances your mood. Like, again, if you remember how you felt when you're like 17, 18 years old, you'll start feeling like that. Or I can just speak for myself, and I mean, I know numerous other people that use it too, and they say the same thing, but I'm sure everybody's a little different. But for me, it was crazy what it did for my mood. Hey, good night, Renee. I appreciate you being on. But yeah, insurance don't cover a lot of it. Testosterone, though, is not expensive now. It's if you make a decent living at all, you can afford testosterone and some peptides. Now, you may have to cut down on spending on some parts of your other the rest of your life, but I promise you, it'll be worth it. You will start enjoying life so much more, for sure. But most of it is not that expensive, even without insurance. Like I said, testosterone is a lot cheaper now. It's very affordable for most people. Again, Samorelin or any of the peptides, it just kind of depends. But if there's any way possible you can afford it, you need to go and try it at least. But like I said, with most peptides, you got to be patient. It's not something you're going to take and then like 2 days later start telling some big difference. You got to take them for a little bit for your system to really start building it up, and then you'll start telling a big difference. Hey, David, I appreciate you. All right, I got to go. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Wow. I've been on for almost 5 hours tonight. Yeah, I've probably done a lot of rambling tonight. I did not realize I'd been on that long. But I appreciate everybody for being on. I've enjoyed it, apparently. I'll put out in the morning about tomorrow night, whether I'm going to be on with Neely and Whitney tomorrow night or not. And like I said, I'll go ahead and get their links to their pages and YouTube channels and everything on my website. So around 2-3 o'clock tomorrow, you should go to our website, agentdbaker.com, and I'll have it posted on there, the times and places and all that stuff, so everybody can check it out. So, but I appreciate everybody. And again, if I'm on with them tomorrow night, definitely, check them out anyway. Everyone will enjoy them. They're really awesome. They're really good at what they do, and they're very professional at what they do, and they've got a really good thing going. Legit investigators, investigative journalists for sure. So I'm excited to start doing some work with them. But I will see y'all either tomorrow night or Monday night. And again, I'll get everything posted on the website. But y'all have a great night. I want to put you onto a brand that supports the people who run toward the stuff everyone else runs from. And this is Deemed Fit, built by first responders for first responders, cops, firefighters, EMS, medics, dispatchers, military, people who move fast and carry weight. Deemed Fit makes gear for that life. Nothing extra, nothing fake. Apparel that works hard and feels right. But here's the part that made me want to work with them. The stigma breaking collection. Every piece carries a message. Are you okay? A simple question that opens doors most people are too afraid to walk through, because in this world, we lose too many of our own to the things nobody talks about. Wearing this line starts the conversation, and a portion of every purchase goes to mental health nonprofits serving first responders and veterans. Now to the gear itself, because I'm not putting my name on something that falls apart. Most gym stuff dies fast, not just the fabric, the fit, the feel, the way it holds up when you're actually pushing. This is built for the opposite of light cardio, extended shifts, strenuous training, the sessions that wreck cheaper gear, reinforced seams that stay put, moisture wicking fabric that works fast, a fit that moves with you. No bunching, no restriction. Training days, off days, it covers it all. This isn't just gym wear. It's stuff you'll actually live in And I love that they lead with mental strength, not just physical. Their mental health apparel carries a message we all need to hear more often. You are not alone. That's mental toughness with real meaning behind it. Pride, purpose, service, sacrifice, and resilience worn on your chest. Here's how you support it and save. Click the referral link in the comments for 10% off your entire order. Or use my code, Derek Baker, all one word, DEREKBAKER, at checkout for 15% off. Hey guys, you all know how health conscious I am. I haven't had a single carbonated drink in over 20 years because I'm extremely careful about what I put into my body. So when I tell you I'm partnering with Dubby, you know it's the real deal. I will never partner with any brand that I don't use myself. Now, Dubby is zero sugar, jitter-free, crash-free, no artificial dyes or colors, none of that garbage. Just clean energy that actually tastes incredible. I've been drinking it every day, and I'm genuinely impressed. If you want to upgrade your energy too, use my code Agent D Baker for 10% off. Link in bio. Go be better with me.